You're watching NASA TV.
Good morning from Mission Control Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we begin our coverage of today's spacewalk by two members of the Expedition 65 crew who will venture outside the Russian segment of the complex to dismantle equipment on the venerable Pirs docking compartment in preparation for its undocking and disposal later this year to complete 2 decades of service at the orbital outpost. Pirs' departure will set the stage for the arrival of the large Nyoka multipurpose laboratory module at the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the station, launch of that module no earlier than July 15th. More on all of that as our coverage moves along throughout the course of the overnight hours. At this hour, Roscosmos cosmonauts Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov are suited up in their Russian Orlan spacesuits in the Poisk module airlock, having completed procedures to pre-breathe pure oxygen that has cleansed their blood of any residual nitrogen, preventing any chance of decompression sickness or the bends from occurring as they step out into the vacuum of space a few minutes from now. The start of this spacewalk, the first for both Novitsky and Dubrov, is scheduled at the time of hatch opening, about 20 or so minutes from now. Unlike a U.S. spacewalk out of the Quest airlock at the International Space Station, Russian spacewalk elapsed time is measured from hatch open to hatch close. We'll discuss today's spacewalk in detail in a moment. Here in Mission Control, today's spacewalk will be monitored by the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers under the guidance of Flight Director Rebecca Wingfield, fresh off of her stint as the lead flight director for the previous increment, Expedition 64. She's joined on console today by spacecraft communicator Christina Cook. At the top of your screen, a veteran of 6 spacewalks herself and more than 42 hours of spacewalking time in the void of space. She'll be talking to the station crew members about everything not involved in today's spacewalk over the next 7 hours or so. The spacewalk itself is being controlled by Russian flight controllers across the pond at the Russian Mission Control Center in the town of Korolyov on the outskirts of Moscow. You're looking at a live view of that cavernous flight control room from a camera on the balcony of the Mission Control Center in Korolyov. Once again, today's spacewalk by Novitsky and Dubrov to dismantle key equipment that has been the lifeblood for the Pirs docking compartment over the past 20 years since its launch in mid-September of 2001. This will be the first spacewalk for both of these cosmonauts. Novitsky will be wearing the Orlan spacesuit bearing the red stripes. He will have an HD helmet camera with the number 20 that you'll see in the lower right-hand corner of your screen once we get the crew members outside of the Poisk airlock and on their way to begin their spacewalking tasks. Dubrov will be wearing the suit bearing the blue stripes. His HD helmet camera will bear the number 18. This is the 238th spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades, the 6th out of the International Space Station this year, the 2nd spacewalk conducted out of the Poisk airlock. The inaugural spacewalk out of that module took place last November by Sergei Ryazanskiy and Sergei Kud-Sverchkov. As mentioned, the Pirs docking compartment first was launched on a Russian Soyuz booster back in September of 2001, arriving at the International Space Station for an automated docking back on September 16th, 2001. It has served itself as both a docking port for arriving Russian vehicles, both Soyuz and Progress resupply ships, and as a spacewalking port from which dozens and dozens of Russian spacewalks have been conducted. The first spacewalk ever conducted out of the Pirs docking compartment took place on October 8, 2001 by cosmonauts Vladimir Dezhurov and Mikhail Turin.
Pyotr, what is the pressure in your suit? It was 0.75. 0 decimal. 0075. Now it's at 0.08. Okay, but right now the knob is in the BSS purge position, correct? That's affirmed.
Throughout the course of this planned 6-hour, 30-minute spacewalk, you'll be hearing interpretation of the conversations between the cosmonauts and flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center, who are in charge of this morning's activities. The two cosmonauts were assisted a couple of hours ago in suiting up in their Orlan spacesuits by NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei, who launched with Novitsky and Dubrov back in April on the Soyuz MS-18 spacecraft from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. As mentioned at the top of our broadcast, today's spacewalk is focused on a mix of maintenance work, space experiments, and, most notably, preparations for the decommissioning and dismantling of the Pirs docking compartment that will set the stage for the receipt of a brand new module, the multi-purpose laboratory module called Nauka, which is the Russian word for science, scheduled for launch soon from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Let's take a look at the tasks that lie ahead for Novitsky and Dubrov in today's spacewalk in this animation narrated by Devin Bolch.
Suit, and Pyotr Dubrov as EV2 in the blue stripe suit. EV2 will egress the Mini Research Module 2 or MRM2 first, and EV1 will hand out the new FGB Flow Control Regulator Panel 1 in its airtight container. Then EV1 will egress MRM2. The two will then translate to the FGB and install the airtight container on the FGB frame. The two will then remove the MLI on the FGB patch panel and disconnect the Flow Regulator Panel 1 electrical connectors. The two will then work together and remove the failed flow control regulator and temp stow it out of the way. Then the two will open up the airtight container, take out the new flow control regulator, and install the new Flow Control Regulator Panel 1. MLI will be opened on the new flow control regulator and the connectors will be retrieved. The connectors will be mated to the FGB. Photos will be taken and all MLI will be closed. The two will then stow the old flow control regulator panel 1 into the airtight container and close the door. The two will release the airtight container from the FGB and translate back to the MRM2. Then the two will take the airtight container to Strela 1's operator post. EV2 will then jettison the airtight container. EV2 will then translate down Strela 1's boom, and EV1 will make his way to the operator post. EV2 will release the tether from Strela 1's end effector and docking compartment 1's handrail, or DC1. EV1 will then maneuver Strela 1's boom from the structure and retract the boom while EV2 is attached to the end effector. The two will work together to reattach the tether from Strela 1's end effector to MRM2. Now EV1 and EV2 will translate to the SM connector panel number 9. They will demate 3 DC1 Coors antenna connectors from SM connector panel number 9 and mate 3 SM Coors antenna connectors. Then they will translate to DC1. 3 lower frequency DC1 Coors antenna connectors will be demated, removed, stowed on the service module. 4 high frequency DC1 Coors antenna connectors will be demated and routed to the SM panel number 9. The 4 high frequency DC1 Coors antenna connectors will then be mated. EV1 and EV2 will translate to the DC-1 EVA ladder and remove the GAT spanner that is attached between the ladder and the service module. EV2 will then translate back up to MRM2's EVA hatch. EV1 will then translate around the DC-1 service module interface to confirm the interface is clear for the undocking of DC-1. EV1 will then translate up to MRM2 to meet up with EV2. The two will retrieve 2 test experiments and the 2 panels of the Noslovost experiment from MRM2. The two will translate around MRM2 to the opposite side of MRM2. Panel 1 of the Noslovost will be installed on handrail 6038, and panel number 2 will be installed on handrail 6007. Then one of the test experiments will be installed on handrail 6039. The crew will then translate back to MRM2 EVA hatch and install the second test experiment on handrail 6003. Then EV1 will egress first, followed by EV2, and close the EVA hatch. This will conclude Russian EVA-48.
Copy. And based on your timer, how much?
This morning's spacewalk by Novitsky and Dubrov kicks off a very, very busy month of June.
Okay.
2 spacewalks out of the Quest airlock are planned on June 16th and June 20th by European Space Agency flight engineer Thomas Pesquet and NASA astronaut Shane Kimbrough. Those 2 spacewalks will be designed to install the brand new ISS roll-up solar arrays, better known by the acronym of IROSAs, the first pair of 3 pairs of these arrays that will be installed on the P6 truss of the International Space Station to augment power for the 2B and 4B power channels. 6 of the 8 power channels will have their electrical output augmented through these ISS roll-up solar arrays. The first pair, as well as the second and third pair subsequent to that, all to be launched on SpaceX Crew Dragon flights. The cargo Dragon flights, I should say. The cargo Dragon flight, SpaceX CRS-22, is poised for launch from the Kennedy Space Center, Launch Pad 39A, on Thursday at 12:29 p.m. Central Time, 1:29 p.m. Eastern Time. You see our launch and docking coverage that will enable the cargo Dragon to automatically dock to the space-facing port on the Harmony module of the International Space Station, delivering some 3.5 tons of supplies, scientific experiments, and those 2 sets of solar arrays, which will be extracted robotically, temporarily stowed on the truss of the station, and then installed on those 2 spacewalks by Pesquet and Kimbrough on June 16th and June 20th.
Then we'll continue. Then we'll open another relief valve to expedite the pressure release from MRM2, and then we'll close it at about 12 to 15 millimeters.
The cosmonauts are running a few minutes behind schedule in their preparations as they continue to check pressure in their Orlan spacesuits in advance of the start of the depressurization of the Poisk airlock. Throughout the course of the morning, we'll be taking social media questions through hashtag AskNASA. Feel free to send your questions in, and we'll do our best to answer them to the best of our ability as the spacewalk evolves. Again, the 6th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year, and the first for Novitsky and Dubrov.
This is Oleg. 2 more minutes left on the pre-breathe PET. Meanwhile, on Space to Ground 1, the EVA team gave a preliminary go to start MRM-2 depress as soon as pre-breathe is over.
So that word coming from flight controllers in Korolyov. Again, you're looking at a view from a balcony camera overlooking the Russian flight control room. The 2 cosmonauts are nearing the end of their pre-breathe period to cleanse their bloodstreams of nitrogen, which is typical for a pre-spacewalk regimen, regardless of which airlock you're using. That enables the spacewalkers to be breathing pure oxygen and thus preventing any possibility of a condition known as the bends from developing when they venture out into the vacuum of space. Once the pre-breathe is complete, the green light will be given for the depressurization of the Poisk airlock. That will be done in a 2-step fashion, and once the airlock is at vacuum, the green light will be given for the opening of the Poisk hatch. That will mark the official start of this morning's spacewalk.
Так, прошло 30 минут.
Moscow, 30 minutes have elapsed.
Давление скафандра, скажите мне еще раз полдиска.
Could you please use the
0,095.
Orlan pressure gauge to give me the Orlan pressure?
Давление МИМ-2.
Okay, for EV1 suit 0.095, for EV2 0.09 even. Copy. On my go, which is now, I can let you start the MRM depress for step 9.2 to pressure of range 350 to 300. Pressure relief has been opened.
Давление в скафандрах, давление в отсеке.
And we're depressing MRM2. At pressure 350, what should we do? Then you close it.
480 у первого.
Okay.
And with that, the depressurization of the Poisk airlock is now underway.
0.4.
450 в отсеке. 0,38 у первого.
0.38 for EV1 suit, 0.39 and EV2 suit. So you are already in a good range. Once you reach 350 in MRM2, you can open KSD2 relief valve. Copy. 380 right now, 0.39 for EV1, 0.39 for EV2 in suit. Opening PEV, pressure relief valve number 2.
Today's spacewalk to effectively dismantle key telemetry cables and antenna cables for the Pirs docking compartment brings to an end Pirs' service as a docking compartment and an airlock for Russian spacewalks. And again, it sets the stage for the choreography that is expected to begin no earlier than mid-July, with the launch of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module from the Baikonur Cosmodrome on a Proton rocket. 2 days after that module is launched,
2:30.
the ISS Progress 77 cargo ship that arrived at the station for an automated docking to the Pirs docking compartment back in February will undock, literally extracting Pirs from the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the station, and then the Progress will be used to deorbit Pirs to a fiery demise in the Pacific Ocean. That will clear the port on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment for the automated docking of the multipurpose laboratory module about 8 days after it is launched and checked out during its free flight toward the International Space Station.
в отсеке.
170 in MRM2. 0.37 for EV1. 0.38 for EV2 or land pressures. Copy. Very good. Keep going.
У нас там с вами инжектор 4 минуты работает, правильно?
Injector should be on for 4 minutes, right?
Да, верно, 5-я минута идет.
Yes, it's into minute 5.
5-й минуты пневмокран будем переводить в положение отключено.
Okay, the flow selector should be transitioned to position closed after the end of minute 5 of injector operation.
Принято.
Copy. 120 in MRM2.
Так 5 минут вышло.
5 minutes are up.
Принято.
Copy.
Пневмокран в положение отключено.
As the depressurization of the Poisk airlock continues in advance of the opening of the hatch to begin this morning's spacewalk by Novitsky and Dubrov, the International Space Station is flying 260 statute miles, crossing the east coast of South America, south of Buenos Aires, Argentina, moving from northwest to southeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
Right now, the pressure in MRM2 is 85. Copy.
в отсеке, 0.38 у первого.
0.38 у второго.
70 millimeters mercury is the pressure in MRM2. 0.38 for both EV1 and EV2 crew members.
При давлении 20 миллиметров переводим в O2 открыто ВКД.
When we reach 20 millimeters mercury in MRM.
While Novitsky and Dubrov are poised to begin their spacewalk this morning, Dubrov on the far left of your screen, Novitsky second from the right. They were assisted in suiting up a few hours ago by NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei on the far right in this crew portrait.
50 millimeters.
Shane Kimbrough, second from the left, Megan MacArthur, Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency, and Station Commander Aki Hoshide from the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency are just about to begin their post-sleep period, having awakened while spacewalk preparations were taking place a few hours ago. They have a full complement of scientific activities and maintenance work on tap for the course of the day, including Megan MacArthur working along with Vandehei in reviewing EVA procedures for Pesquet and Kimbrough for the two spacewalks they will conduct in a couple of weeks on June 16th and June 20th for the installation of the first pair of IROSA or ISS roll-up solar arrays on the P6 truss of the station to augment the two of the 6 power channels on the international outpost.
$30 NMRM, 0.37 for both EV crew suit pressure.
The depressurization of the Poisk airlock is continuing in a methodical fashion. The cosmonauts running about 15 to 20 minutes behind schedule in their pre-spacewalk timeline. However, this planned 6.5-hour spacewalk, plenty of margin, no issues. Once the cosmonauts get outside, they will set out for their first task, and that will be the replacement of a removable panel of fluid flow regulators on the Zarya module. That was the first component of the International Space Station, launched back on November 20th, 1998, on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. These panels have been replaced twice before by Russian cosmonauts in 2004 and 2013 due to the end of their service life.
миллиметров в отсеке.
15 millimeters in MRM2. 0.37 pressure in both suits. Excellent.
We have our first trio of social media questions on the hashtag #AskNASA that we hope you'll continue to send questions through during the course of this morning's activities. The first from Fred Cherry. He asks, do the Russian spacesuits have a safety feature like the SAFER unit on U.S. spacesuits, SAFER being the acronym for Simplified Aid for EVA Rescue? Those are the jet-powered backpacks that astronauts wear when they exit the Quest airlock for U.S.-based spacewalks. The answer is no, they do not have that type of propulsive rescue capability, but they do have multiple tethers that keep them tethered to all aspects of the Russian segment of the station as they go about their work outside.
Roger.
So that if, in the unlikely event a tether would fail, they are double and sometimes triple tethered to Russian segment structure that would prevent them from inadvertently floating away.
Countdown.
The next question from Rafael De Palma. He asks, what kind of experiments will be installed on the handrails of the Poisk module at the end of today's spacewalk? There are two sets of experiments. One is called the test experiment. That will be installed on the handrail for the exposure of microbiological specimens delivered from Earth to study the impact of low Earth orbit on the viability of microflora, and the installation of the Vynaslavast panels on the Poisk module. Vynaslavast is the Russian word for endurance. Those will expose samples of materials for space application to study the impact of spaceflight factors on the mechanical properties of those materials. These are various experiments that have been installed and removed from time to time throughout the course of Russian spacewalks. The data collected by the Russian flight controllers for analysis back on the ground.
For the first one is 405 or 406.
Final question for now comes from Carla Cram, who asks, 6 hours seems like a really long time to be out on a spacewalk. What are the risks for fatigue? Today's spacewalk, for example, is scheduled for 6.5 hours or so. Once it gets underway, and if you think that's long, the longest spacewalk in the history of spacewalks, 8 hours and 56 minutes, conducted on March 11th, 2001 by astronauts Jim Voss and Susan Helms on the STS-102 mission to the International Space Station to configure cables and cradle assemblies on the truss of the International Space Station in advance of the delivery of the U.S. Destiny Laboratory. 6 hours is actually one of the shorter duration spacewalks. Usually they last 6.5 hours, and the crew members are well trained and well rested to accommodate all of that work.
Standing by for EVA will go away, and our computer, and we'll switch over to our computer, and it will be guiding you through with the caution and warning messages. Copy.
The two cosmonauts, Novitsky and Dubrov, about to transition to autonomous power, essentially placing their suits on internal battery power for the duration of the spacewalk. This is the precursor to the opening of the hatch to the Poisk airlock that will mark the official start of today's spacewalk.
Temperature settings to set them for your comfort level. Copy. And Oleg, you will be in the automated mode of temperature control. Copy.
Так, 5 минут уйдет. Принято.
Copy.
And there is a good view of the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station, in which Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov are in the final stages of their suit checks, communications checks with the Russian flight controllers before opening up the hatch that will begin today's spacewalk. The Poisk module was attached to the International Space Station back on November 12, 2009. This module, equipped with 2 hatches to support spacewalks, also serving as a docking port for arriving Russian vehicles, just as the Pier's docking compartment has been.
What's the MV pressure in MRM2? 11 millimeters. Copy.
Station Houston on space to ground 1 for any crew member when convenient regarding exercise constraints.
Pyotr,
Pyotr. And I'm ready to put step 11 in work. All right. Prep cue card 7. And please put step 11 in work for our go. On our go.
Все, можно работать по фрагменту 7, шаг.
All right. You can put step 11 from cue card 7 in work. Copy. All right. Temperature control handle is going to be in preliminary position 6. It's set. It's set. And we are monitoring the pressure in the suits. 0.38, 0.38 for both suits. And now we are transitioning to internal power. We are turning off the pump and the fan, and we are activating pushing down the transmitter button, and then we are going on to the internal power, and then in 15 minutes we are activating the pump and the fan and the transmitter in 15 seconds. That's correct. All right, I'm putting it in work. I'm turning off the fan and the pump as well. And transmitter. Fan is off. And then the switch, please don't forget about the switch for internal power, and then primary transmitter. I'm on internal power for suit 1, and then primary fan, primary transmitter, and the pump, and I am in the backup pump. And for the second suit, the same. And what do you see on the display? Battery power 28.8, and for the second one, battery power is 27.6. Copy.
Novitsky and Dubrov now have placed their suits on battery power. Once again, unlike a U.S. spacewalk out of the Quest airlock, where the start of a spacewalk is measured by the initiation of the suits on internal battery power, the elapsed time of a Russian spacewalk is measured from hatch open to hatch close.
All right, and it is 5.37, and on the control panel, please press toe in the off, heat exchanger in the off position, and it's no longer illuminated for suit 1 and suit 2. Off. Suit 1 is off, suit 2 is off. We are disconnecting electrical umbilicals from the orlons and covering the electrical connectors with the MLI.
The International Space Station now entering an orbital sunrise, moving from southwest to northeast, just off the southeast coast of South Africa.
And please cover orlon electrical connectors with MLI. All right, we have the second suit. We have the umbilicals disconnected. And we have the
Принято.
flaps closed.
Так, сейчас. Как его расположить?
All right, next step will be to disconnect the electrical umbilicals. The umbilicals. And the timer is at 0. The EVA counter will start up, and then on the BSS Orlan interface unit, we need to close O2 and cover the flaps. So we need to monitor the pressure in the suits and in the tanks. That's all correct.
Принято.
And fluid umbilical. For suit 1 is disconnected. For suit 2 is disconnected. The timers have started up on BSS outline interface panel. Put it into unintelligible. O2 is closed. O2 is closed. And PET timer started counting EVA time, and we are standing by. Everything's closed. Please monitor the suit pressure between 0.35 and 0.4. For the first one is 0.36. For the second one and 0.356. It's a little bit more than 0.35. And we're monitoring the pressure in the primary tank higher than 360. So it's 400 unintelligible for the first one.
We are handing over communications from one satellite to another on our tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll regain our downlink view of the Poisk airlock and other views of the International Space Station momentarily, as Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov are moments away from opening up the hatch to the Poisk docking airlock to begin this morning's spacewalk. The major objective, again, is the disconnection of a number of cables and telemetry equipment components to the Pirs docking compartment in advance of their of the undocking of Pirs later this year by the Progress 77 cargo ship that will dispose of Pirs, clearing that port on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station for the arrival of a brand new module, a huge module, the multi-purpose laboratory module called Nauka, the Russian word for science, 43 feet long, 13.5 feet wide, that will weigh more than 22 tons, launched to the station later this year on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome.
I'm holding on to the container, pressurized container. Right? Okay, got it. And the pressurized container is right behind my backpack. Great, and now we're covering
Верно, закрываем теперь ОРК клапанами EFT.
the connectors with the MLI flap, and just make sure that it's tight and secure. Yep, and we need the cameras up. Here we have it. Secure. And now the cameras.
Once the hatch is opened, Pyotr Dubrov will be first out. Again, he'll be wearing the Orlan suit bearing the blue stripes. Novitsky as EV-1, or extravehicular crew member number 1, will wear the suit bearing the red stripes.
Open the EV hatch is based on the results of the medical monitoring.
Да, здесь ничего не сказано про выключение пульта.
What about the control panel? Does it say anything about it? No, just for the suit panel.
Тепло стало. Потому что теплообменник не работает, а то...
For some reason, I'm getting very warm
Олег,
and fuzzy feeling.
у нас ОРК клапаны закрыты, да? И мы готовы сейчас идти дальше на открытие выходного люка.
ОРК valves are closed right now, and you're connected.
Владимиру и с ним двигайтесь дальше, а мы встретимся на обратном шлюзовании.
You're deviated from the fluid umbilicals and on internal power. That is a good understanding, Dmitry. Okay, then I think I'll hand it over to Vladimir, and he will guide you through the EVA timeline, and then we'll get together again during your repress operation. Greetings, guys.
Разрешение на открытие выходного люка.
Happy
С контроля страховки, скафандр, оборудование. Петр, у тебя
spring morning too.
на поручнях у люков, близко, верно?
So we gotta go to open the hatches. Can we verify configuration of the tethers? Yes. I have my safety tether constantly connected to me, and I'm going to rehook it to handrail 6123. That is a firm, good configuration. And then do you have an extra tether on the logo container? On test, I can confirm 2 tethers.
Петр, берешь ключ открытия люка.
Pyotr, go ahead and get the hatch open.
Закрытие, они вывернуты в упор 4 штуки.
Verify that the bolts are removed all the way out. All the way out. I can confirm that. And the levers are facing each other. They are. Copy. You are go to work with the wrench, with the custom tool that is, and you will be working with the tool to make sure that all the rollers are out of their seats, so that all of them are out of the grooves that are holding them. The handle is installed. The rollers are starting to move out. Pyotr, do you want me to hold it from the side? No, I think this is good.
Ключом работаешь до щелчка и контролируешь полный.
Use the wrench all the way to a click, verifying that they're not misaligned.
Провернут до щелчка.
Yes, I took them all the way to a click.
Есть щелчок.
And I hear a click.
Ключ убираем, начинаем работать толкателем.
Let's remove the hatch opening tool and start working with the pushers. Copy. Let me stow the wrench.
Олег, по вакууметру ты можешь смотреть давление сейчас, если удобно?
Oleg, can you check the pressure gauge reading?
Ну, я уже с ним отвернулся, ведь это очень важно.
Well, I already turned away from it, but if you really want me to.
Принято, хорошо.
But it was 12 millimeters when we started. Okay, starting to work with the pushers. Copy.
Поддерживаю толкатель в открытом положении. Как там давление, Олег?
And I'm kind of holding on to the pusher.
Пинки не летят? Щелочка видна?
Do you see anything flying out? Right now the pressure is 8-ish millimeters.
This is Mission Control Houston. We have confirmation from the Russian flight control team in Korolyov that the hatch to the Poisk module that you see in the field of view here through external space station cameras, that hatch now open at 12:53 a.m. Central Time, 1:53 a.m. Eastern Time. And with that, the 238th spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades now underway.
I see the first dust particle fly out. Do you keep the pusher tight continuously? Yes, I am.
Достаточно легко открылся.
Is it hard to push on it? No, not seriously.
Once again, the hatch to the Poisk module is open at 12:53 a.m. Central, 1:53 a.m. Eastern Time. Today's spacewalk by Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov officially underway. This Poisk module was delivered to the International Space Station on a modified Soyuz booster that launched it from the Baikonur Cosmodrome back in November of 2009, automatically docking to the space-facing port of the Russian segment, almost identical in nature to the Pirs docking compartment that is being decommissioned today by Novitsky and Dubrov.
Then the cover follows it, but I wouldn't say unreluctantly. So there's not that much of a pressure differential.
Пробуй за ручку, может, чуть сильнее за ручку, хватит для открытия крышки.
Try to pulling it by the handle and see if that helps to push the cover aside into the space, rather than having it pressing it back. Yep, that did the trick. The hatch is open. Copy. We'll write down the time for when the EV hatches was open. Okay. And now I just need to reposition the hook that was holding the hatch cover.
Надо отойти в те движения крышки.
For which I have to back out so that the cover doesn't slam on me.
The next vehicle that will dock to that docking port at the top of your screen to the Poisk module will be the unpiloted ISS Progress 78 cargo ship that is being prepared down in Baikonur for launch, with about 3 tons of food, fuel, and supplies for the Expedition 65 crew.
The other hook.
Так, карабин зафиксирован на 203-й панели.
The hook is secured on panel 203.
That unpiloted Progress resupply ship scheduled for launch on June 29th with an automated docking to that docking port that you see on Poisk at the top of your screen on July 1st.
Готово к установке. Принято.
And it's ready for installation. I wish I could find the marks.
I don't see it.
Так, вижу одну.
I can see one mark.
Он сейчас в руках кольцо держит, я сейчас скажу ему.
I have them
one hand holding it. Guys, while you're working, activate the sublimators after you install the ring. Pyotr, you first. Copy in work, and I also copy. Four marks here. So I just need to repeat the actions. Okay, one is done. Now the second one. And Oleg, can you assist? No, the sealed container is in the way, in Oleg's way. Only I can reach. Okay, that's fine. Just be careful. Press it down. On the top, it's okay. I have it. Second tab. I have the second tab. Completely recessed. Protective ring installed. Sublimator is. Now you may activate the sublimator. Pyotr first, then Oleg in position of 6. Sublimator is on, and I have the heat exchanger indication. The thermal control handle is in position number 2.
With the hatch to the Poisk airlock now open and the spacewalk underway, the two cosmonauts have installed a protective ring around the circumference of the hatch to protect it from any micrometeoroid debris strikes that might occur while the hatch is open throughout the course of this morning's spacewalk. Pyotr Dubrov will be the first out of the airlock. We should, and now we do, see him emerging from Poisk at the outset of the first spacewalk of his career, as it is for Oleg Novitsky as well.
And we can see you on the camera. I can see the gap spanner. Yes, and that's where you will reconnect the adjustable tether hook. Copy. Okay, my tools are a bit in the way. You can go back here a little bit along the cutter and along the wing nut, wing screw. Yes, I see it. Okay, it's released now. Ratchet wrench is now secure. Remating the adjustable wrench to the gap spanner right now. I got it. Oleg, do you feel the cooling? Yes, I have coolant circulating. Very good. Pyotr, how about yourself? Report your cooling status. Yes, I can feel the coolant circulating. Very good. Both tethers secured on the outside EV handrails. and secure to BSRTM.
Pyotr Dubrov outside of the Poisk airlock, wearing the suit, the Orlan spacesuit bearing the blue stripes. He'll be joined momentarily by Oleg Novitsky.
Okay, we are completely outside the station. Congratulations. And also reconnect your tether to the gap spanner. Your fixed length tether. And I will try to get the sealed container closer to the exit. Wait, Oleg. Get to the hatch opening and prepare the energy kit, commemorative kit. Okay, and now the selector valve, the temperature control valve to 0 position, and automatic thermal control system to the middle position. ISR on. The switch.
The boom that you see, or that we saw a moment ago on the side of the Poisk module, that's the Strela boom, Strela being the Russian word for arrow. That is a telescoping boom that is used to transport cosmonauts hither and yon about the Russian segment of the International Space Station. The other end of that boom is attached to the Pirs docking compartment on the opposite side of the Russian segment, the Earth-facing side. It will be detached and demated from the Pirs docking compartment as one of the earlier tasks on the docket for today's spacewalk, and retracted to be stowed on the Poisk module.
Oleg, you're close to the EV hatch. You are ready for transfer. I'm trying to secure my hook. Now you can shepherd it. Are you ready? Yes. I'm ready. I'm going to secure the energy commemorative kit now.
Левую руку у тебя сзади с тыла. Если чуть-чуть развернешься потом, когда с эмблемой, и будешь левой рукой держать.
Okay, you can hold on to the commemorative kit for energy and also have the extension ready. Maybe it will be better, and then Oleg can do the video.
Можешь переставить его на поручень 6009.
Okay, at 6009. Handrail. It's the one towards PHO.
Можешь туда перецепить карабин короткого фала.
You can reconnect there. I may try. I am rehooked now. And you can secure to the gap spanner. And now you can take over the energy commemorative kit.
Застраховал эмблему на свой карабин.
Energy commemorative kit is secured to my tether.
Повесь его пока в зоне доступности внутри, Олег.
Okay, you may just hang it on here right now where it is accessible. Okay, will do.
Так. И вот. Реле тебе позволяет развернуться, да, чуть-чуть?
So that you can rotate a little bit, and that is excellent. This is very good. Oleg, you may now connect the glacier camera. I pressed the button, but I don't know if the camera is working or not. Remember to hold to depress the video camera button for about 3 seconds, and I cannot make sure if it is actually working or not, the glacier video camera. I do not see if the little light indicator is illuminated or not. It's working right now for sure. Okay, copy. Okay, now you can focus it on Pyotr, smoothly, slowly, and record for about a minute. Lighting should be good. Yes, it is. It's a little bit to the right and on top of me. Excellent.
Олег, ты взглядом видишь там сквозь станцию где-то земля есть на заднем фоне?
Do you think you can observe the Earth in the background of the shot? Yes, I think we are going to get very good composition. We have solar arrays, we have the service module. That's how we thought it would be. Okay, you may stop the recording, deactivate the glacier video camera. I'm rotating a little bit. Yes, and then you can transfer the commemorative kit.
Перецепишь и застрахуешь ее. Где-нибудь подзвонишь там, чтобы не вылетало. И страховку карабином, конечно.
Okay, so after you rehook it, you may tether the commemorative kit. Yes, it's already done.
This is Mission Control Houston, just over 20 minutes into this morning's spacewalk by Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov. You see Dubrov outside of the Poisk airlock. The hatch was opened to mark the official start of the spacewalk at 12:53 a.m. Central Time, 1:53 a.m. Eastern Time. The two cosmonauts are capturing some video documentation of their initial activities outside of Poisk. They will make their way to the Zarya module with a device called a fluid flow regulator panel that will replace an aging unit on Zarya. It does exactly what the name suggests. It assists in the flow of fluids through the plumbing of the Zarya module, which was the first component of the International Space Station launched back on November 20th, 1998.
Away from the hatch so that Oleg can also egress the hatch. Telah is a little bit in my way here. You are touching it, but you don't have to go to the port, but you just have to go down a little bit. Please try. Pyotr, when you receive the sealed container safety tether, secure it down at the gap spanner, not on the hatch or handrail. Otherwise, it will not allow us to move the sealed container further. All right, I can secure it to the same handrail where my adjustable tether is. Yes, you're absolutely correct. This is not exactly right. I need to secure here better.
Pyotr.
Pyotr, yes.
Pyotr, у тебя в КВО уже 13 градусов на входе. Это, наверное, холодновато. Ты убавь, поставь пока в первое положение, а потом подрегулируем. Кранки холод в первое положение. Хорошо, поставил единицу.
Maybe you can put your select switch, the temperature control switch into position 1, Pyotr, not 2. Maybe it's a little bit too cool. Okay, copy and work.
As the International Space Station flies 260 statute miles over the Bering Sea, still waiting for our first glimpse of Oleg Novitsky, the Soyuz MS-18 commander and Expedition 65 flight engineer. You've been watching Pyotr Dubrov outside of the Poisk module. Novitsky will join him shortly. The first task for them on this morning's spacewalk will be the installation of a new fluid flow regulator panel on the Zarya module.
Tether hooks and one container. Maybe I can get to it from this side. If the tethers allow you, yes. And also, my drink bag has been maybe not properly filled because water is being spilled out from the left side. I can take the second tether and pull it out here, pull it through here. I'm holding the tether right here. Okay, I'm secured here on the inside. I'm trying to pull out the tether right now through it. This particular tether hook, it's not the best location for it, maybe. Okay, down here. Okay, here you go. Don't hurry. Here is the gap spanner. And so now back. Yes, that is correct. To the left and down, more down, okay? To the gap spanner. And now you can pull it in, and Oleg, you pull it out slowly and hand it over. Are you holding the container? Yes, I am. I can see that this part of the tether is pristine white. And it weighs more than you, Pyotr. Okay, use one hand to hold down the container. Okay, here on this plane, please. Yes, Oleg, right here. Yes. Now this tether. Okay, I have secured this tether and to the left towards the handrail. So it's easier to translate later that way. Pyotr, while you are standing by, look at your tool caddy and do an audit of all the tools. If you have
Oleg Novitsky now outside of the Poisk module airlock.
What about the...
He and Dubrov making sure that all of their tethers are in the correct configuration, as they also ensure that the container holding the new fluid flow regulator unit is secure They will transfer that to the Zarya module to replace an aging unit in the Zarya.
And Oleg, congratulations. You are outside at last. You are EVA. Okay, let me take care of my hook right now, my tether hook. Of course.
Нас темнеет как раз чуть-чуть.
And it's getting darker right now. Just on time.
Не у вас. Так, с инструментами. Так, ключ, решетка.
Okay, the tools. Ratchet wrench is secured. The cutters are in place. Okay, let us activate your video cameras, your helmet video cameras. I activated mine, but I cannot yet. Now the camera.
The station moving into an orbital sunset over the Pacific Ocean, moving from northwest to southeast.
When you start, you may rotate towards Pyotr. So the camera looks that way too. Copy.
Да, маловато кольчушка.
Inaudible.
А мне надо проще Петра попросить включить.
It's easier for me to ask Pyotr to activate it. Okay, the sealed container hooks are secured. Now you may release the handrail on which it was secured before. I do not see any buttons here. Let's go this way. No, the other way. The new camera is on. The old camera, I cannot see its light indicator. It's not in my field of view. It's recessed. I have to have a direct line of sight in order to see it. Okay, I can see the light indicator now. It is illuminated, and I can see the green color. And here too, it's illuminated. Copy. And
the two cosmonauts in the process of activating their HD helmet cameras.
Your translation.
Once they are up and running, Oleg Novitsky's helmet camera will be marked with the number 20 in the lower right-hand corner.
You are holding.
Pyotr Dubrov's helmet camera will be number 18.
У Олега камеры включены, я понимаю, да, Петр?
Oleg, the cameras Oleg's cameras are on? Yes. And Pyotr? My cameras are also on. Copy.
Олег, осматривай все направление движения.
Oleg, please look over your translation path. Yes, I can visualize my translation along the FGB handrails. Maybe you can pull the container with the tether and along with me also, because it's hard for me to rotate. Yes, it's time to do that.
Нет.
Пока мы картинки не получаем.
We're not receiving any video images right now, so please narrate. I'm trying to turn on my lights, but I can't reach the switch. Copy. Could you move a little bit closer to me and we can turn on the USOS lights? To you. And Pyotr, have you turned on yours?
This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at a view of the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov on the outskirts of Moscow. 39 minutes into this morning's spacewalk by Oleg Novitsky and Perjalanan Dubrov. Both cosmonauts outside of the Poisk module airlock.
Here, right?
Spacewalk got underway at 12:53 a.m. Central Time, 1:53 a.m. Eastern Time.
You can move a
The two cosmonauts are beginning to make their way toward the Zarya module
I'm trying to attach
for the first task of this morning's spacewalk, which is the replacement of a fluid flow regulator panel
and I will
for that Pioneer module, the Zarya module.
tether.
Launched on November 20th, 1998, from the Baikonur Cosmodrome on a Proton rocket to begin the era of the International Space Station.
You pushed me again. All right, we'll get it.
The major objective of this morning's spacewalk is the disconnection of a number of cables and antenna components for the Pirs docking compartment as the decommissioning of that module that has been in service for the past 20 years continues. It will be undocked by the unpiloted ISS Progress 77 cargo ship and deorbited to plummet into the Pacific Ocean later this year, following the launch of the new Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
Great. Please stand by one. I got it. I'm releasing it. Now I'm translating towards you. Okay, got it. Got the hook. for the container.
And our first HD helmet camera view from Oleg Novitsky's helmet camera as he begins to make his way from the Poisk module to the Zarya module.
Right, I'm trying to connect the long red to you. Okay, got it. And the container is connected to that one. Well, I can move my hook, and that'll be it. Let me connect the short tether here. Okay, and now I have the container. You got it? Yes. I'm letting it go then. I am ready to take it over. Oleg, pull it towards yourself. And I'm letting it go. This is Pyotr. I got the container. I'm letting it go. Okay, and Oleg, you will be moving spiral to MRM2. And, okay, for now, I don't see the EVA hatch, and I'm next to handrail 6014. Well, that's pretty much, the next one will be the EVA hatch. You have the target almost under your feet, and then there is also the antenna, so beware. Kursk is next to your right leg, and then the target is right next to your left leg, so be careful. It's a little bit to the right of you. Great. I'll finagle here. Am I clear? It's still next to your left foot. Got it. And I'm releasing it. And those cable connectors, I need to have them secured. And I'm trying to secure it. I have the container. Great, and I'm letting it go. And the target is again right behind you, so be careful. Got something under my feet. Yep. All right, we see the transfer hatch. And that handrail should be somewhere there. Is that right? Yes. I see it. All right, Pyotr. I got it. And I let it go. Okay. I need to see the target. Just to be careful around it. Maybe I can turn around like this. And is the container secured to this one? Yes. Okay. Okay, I got through here. I got the container, and I'm releasing the container.
This is Mission Control Houston, approaching the 1 hour mark into this morning's spacewalk. An update for Pyotr Dubrov's helmet camera. It now is represented by the number 22 rather than 18 in the lower right-hand corner. The two cosmonauts have made their way over to the Zarya module with the airtight container that you see in the field of view here. That contains a new fluid flow regulator for the Zarya module. They're in the process of securing that container to the side of Zarya. They will open up the container and take out the fluid flow regulator and install it to replace an aging unit. This is the third time in the history of the Zarya module that this particular component has been replaced because of an end of service lifetime.
The hook secured to adjustable handrail. To correction to the gap spanner. Did Pyotr leave a lot of wire ties there? Yeah. And I got it, and I'm releasing it. Done. It hit your legs a little bit. And you got the hook of the container itself, right? And you have it secured, yes. I don't think I can get closer. I got it. And I'm letting it go. I have the hook connected to the second gap spanner. Copy, Oleg, we see it. And the container is now secured on the gap spanner. Copy. I am translating to unintelligible. I have the container, copy, and I'm releasing the container. Have the long reds connected to one handrail, and the short reds will be connected to the second one. Got it. And now I see the
58 minutes into this morning's spacewalk by Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov.
and I can
They are at the Zarya module,
to secure it.
where they have begun work to replace a fluid flow regulator panel. The first task in today's spacewalk, highlighted by the continuing decommissioning of the Pirs docking compartment. More questions coming in on social media for us. NZC asking, do Russians also have cameras on their helmets? The answer is no, they do not. They have handheld cameras. They borrow U.S. helmet cameras in support of spacewalk activities so that we can basically look over their shoulders, and so that engineers at the Russian Mission Control Center, as well as here in Mission Control in Houston, can have the benefit of seeing what the cosmonauts are seeing. Jeff Maskell is asking, do astronauts or cosmonauts ever let go of the space station handrails, relying just on tethers during an EVA or spacewalk, EVA standing for extravehicular activity? They do sometimes, but they would not only be tethered, but they would have their feet planted in foot restraints for extra protection against inadvertently floating away. The tethers provide their first line of protection, but they also would have the benefit of either holding on to handrails when available or having their feet planted in foot restraints like a telephone repairman on a cherry picker.
And I see the handrail. Got it? Got it? Yes.
Taking your questions throughout today's spacewalk on hashtag AskNASA. If you have questions, we'll be happy to answer them as the morning continues, and our spacewalk, the 238th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, continues.
I have both tethers connected to FGB. And the hook. So the pressurized container is also secured to the handrails of the FGB. I have the container, and I am releasing it. And I'm moving towards the FGB handrails using soft tethers. And now we need to figure out what's going on with the hooks. This is the container's hook for the container. So we have our hooks and the container hooks secured to the handrail on FGB. Copy. Moving further, and I see the plate. Right, and right next to you there should be a handrail next to which Perjalanan is going to be working. Copy.
Novitsky and Dubrov are currently securing this airtight container holding the new fluid flow regulator panel for the Zarya module. Once that's complete, they'll open up a thermal insulation flap on a connector patch panel located near one of the Zarya handrails and begin the process of extracting the old fluid flow regulator unit.
All right, so this handrail between the panels, I'm going to secure it with my unadjustable short tether. Okay, this is Oleg. I got it. I have a hold on it. Copy, Oleg. This is Pyotr. I'm letting it go. We still have a lot of room there. We can actually even stretch it out to the next handrail. I think so. All right. Well, from this body position, I will not may be able to stretch to the next handrail. Okay, I can hold it while you translate, Pyotr. Okay, did you get a hold of it? Yes, I'm holding it. Okay, stand by, Oleg.
Рядом со сложенной солнечной батареей.
Так, замки стоят в положении.
I'm next to the folded solar array.
Принято.
Да, оставили подготовленным.
КСД
С своей стороны.
Да, сейчас с моей, да, вот так его повернуть.
Okay, this is Oleg on my side. No, this is better. Let's turn it towards me while you are adjusting how it's moving. Copy.
Так, вижу поручень.
I have a visual on the handrail.
Держу.
I have a hold on it.
Надо устанавливать сейчас уже.
Так, ну тогда давай разворачивать, да, я могу.
And I think we should install it now.
Как бы тут удобнее сделать.
Подходи, надо ближе сюда.
Так, давай подержи тогда немножко. Я перестыкуюсь на средний путь.
Oleg, why don't you hold it while I rehook myself to the middle handrail? No problem, buddy.
Там надо, наверное, карабин его перестыковать, он будет мешать.
And that hook will probably have to be rehooked because it's going to be in the way eventually.
Петя, там карабин он полностью расслаблен, с подтягом который.
The
По-моему, нет.
Растение вышел, не дает.
a hook with the tether that's practically all the way out
Слушай, нет, с этой стороны полностью.
is
Да, это значит с той стороны.
it's pretty much, it doesn't have any slack.
Нормально, хватает.
I think it's the one on the other side that's too tight.
Перестраховать на что-нибудь поближе.
Да.
So do you think we should resecure it to something closer?
Стоят проушины. Мы же можем контейнер застраховать?
Can't we secure
Нет.
the bars that have the eyelets to the tethers that are holding the container?
Так, есть, перестраховал.
Yeah, you can use those eyelets. Copy? That's complete. Спасибо.
Так. Меня отнесло немножко.
Sorry, I got swung away from where I was before.
Ну, вроде встал как-то он.
Не, он не защелкнулся. Я, когда я пытаюсь его защелкнуть, не относится. Сейчас я возьмусь тоже за эту перекладину. Так вот.
I'm gonna hang on to the same bar where the tether is attached.
О, есть. Вторая зашла. Все стало, да?
Ooh, got it. The second one is in. The marks match.
Положение закрыто.
Да, переводим положение закрыто.
And the lever should be in the closed position now. Yes, we're working on getting it there.
Так, оба замка положение закрыто.
Both latches are in closed position, and the platform is secured in place. How are you feeling?
Давайте пару минут.
We're feeling good. The fingers are a little bit uncomfortable.
Рабочая зона будет.
Okay, then let us rest a couple of minutes, kind of look ahead at the task coming up next. Okay, the hook, one of the hooks is on the top. The other tether will definitely not reach. So we'll probably have to rehook those tethers. So remove it from the top and secure the panel with it, because it's really short. And then we're also going to secure it to the panel. And then the second panel will be restrained by the wire tie.
Не хватает немножко угла. Можно мою сторону перебросить?
The bend radius is really a limiting factor. We can try to put it around on Oleg's side, but I don't know.
Вот так получится у тебя? Вот. Сейчас вот его. Меня короткий фаул не пускает с одной стороны.
My short tether.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 15 minutes into this morning's spacewalk. Against the backdrop of the Zvezda service module's solar arrays, the nearly silhouetted forms of Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov as they work at the Zarya module to replace a fluid flow regulator panel. This is designed to install a new unit to replace an aging one whose service lifetime is nearing an end. You see on the far right-hand side of your screen the Poisk module, from which Novitsky and Dubrov emerged at 12:53 a.m. Central Time, 1:53 a.m. Eastern Time, to begin the 6th spacewalk this year out of the International Space Station. This is the first spacewalk in the careers of both Novitsky and Dubrov.
Why don't you guys open the panel using the ratchet wrench? Okay, as I showed you already, the old panel has been secured. Correct.
Сколько оборотов делать?
How many turns?
Полных оборотов.
would you like me to make? 2 full turns. Copy.
A great view from HD helmet camera capability as the cosmonauts begin work to open up the airtight container housing the new fluid flow regulator panel.
I'm trying to figure out how to position myself better.
На перестыковочной плате тебе надо будет расстыковать разъем. Присматриваешь там.
Peter, you will need to position yourself on the connector plate.
Папа, открой. Наверное, на ворсовке там.
You can also open the MLA flap because they're secured with Velcro.
Oleg Novitsky on the left, Pyotr Dubrov opening up a thermal insulation panel on the Zarya module. He's on your right. The International Space Station entering an orbital sunrise over the South Atlantic, moving from southwest to northeast. Will skirt up the east coast of the continent of Africa, just to the east of Johannesburg.
Main panel, and then find the cable that goes beyond to the connector plate.
Хорошо.
Разъем, да?
And it's coming away from the connector.
Так, вот он идет сюда, сюда, сюда.
So it's coming here, then goes down there.
Так, вот он, получается, провод от нашей панели.
So the cable from our panel, we understand, is this one. Yes, it is.
Так, вот он лежит, получается, на середине фиксирующей платы.
So right now it's coming across the middle of the
Подтверждаем, но сейчас откроешь, еще посмотришь маркировку.
Restraint plate. Can you confirm that that's the right cable? Yes, but when you open it up and check the labeling, that will be a double sure. Okay.
Так, маркировка разъема СПРЖ 1X1.
It's СПРЖ X1.
Все принято.
СПРЖ1 dash X1 is the labeling. Copy, Pyotr, and that's the right one. Copy, you confirmed.
Так, готов приступить к распаковке разъема.
Ready to demate the connector. Please.
An excellent view of Oleg Novitsky on the left, Pyotr Dubrov on the right, working at the Zarya module in the replacement of a fluid flow regulator unit. The Zarya having been launched more than 22 years ago on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, the first component, the first element of the International Space Station to be launched in the era of the ISS.
Leave the connector on the plate. Then close the valve. And demated cable needs to go into a cable clip. Here's the clip. Is it tight? I just put the cable in one because I think that should be sufficient to hold it in place. Okie dokie.
Закрыл ворсовку на панели.
And the MLI flap on the panel is covered. And make sure you do a pull test with the handle to make sure that it's secure. Okay. I think I need to go from the other side to do that so that we don't entangle our tethers.
Перевел ручку.
Принято.
The handle's in the right position. Removing the panel. Panel's been removed.
This is Mission Control Houston, nearing the 1.5-hour mark into this morning's spacewalk by Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov outside of the Poisk module on the Russian segment of the station. They're in the home stretch of installing a new fluid flow regulator unit in the Zarya module.
And then we're going to need...
We have several more social media questions that have come in via hashtag AskNASA.
So
Luis Granados asks, those components at the end of their service life, how are they disposed of? Have a safe spacewalk. Thanks, Luis. The two cosmonauts will manually jettison this airtight container later in this morning's spacewalk. It will be jettisoned retrograde or to the aft portion of the International Space Station to avoid any possibility of recontact with the International Space Station. Its mass and dimensions have been analyzed and will re-enter the Earth's atmosphere within a few weeks, if not months. So that's how this particular component at the end of its service life, the fluid flow regulator being removed from Zarya, will be disposed of.
Not yet. And now I do.
Bob O'Dare Jr. asks, when does the Piers module undock and re-enter? As we said earlier in our broadcast, the unpiloted ISS Progress 77 cargo ship that was launched to the station back in February docked to the Piers docking compartment, which is on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station. That will be the method by which Piers is extracted or undocked from its docking port that it has been attached to since September of 2001. And the engines on the Progress 77 cargo ship will be used to fire in a deorbit maneuver to dispose of not only itself but Piers that will burn up in the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. That undocking will take place about 2 days after the launch of the new Naoka multipurpose laboratory module from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Once that launch takes place, Russian flight controllers outside of Moscow will assess the health and systems of the new multipurpose laboratory module before Piers undocks. That will clear the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the station for the arrival of the Naoka module 6 days after Piers leaves the International Space Station.
Working on the second bolt on my side.
Олег, у тебя там клавиши под рукой.
Да, открываем.
Should we open already, Moscow?
Так. Так, все готов. Так, что-то мешает нам. Попробуй потяни я.
Better try to pull on it. Doesn't want to open.
Как приняли?
Moscow, how copy?
Приняли. Барашки все, конечно, выкручены свободно.
And you obviously took out all the butterfly bolts.
Надо подумать.
Yes, we did, but the cover won't open.
Хорошо.
It's loose, but it may have sealed to the internal surface.
Если сломается.
We might use a knife or a screwdriver to try to pry it open. But the handle doesn't work, right? No, the handle shows open where we are actually tagging on it. See, the handle shows open. The bolts have been all removed. So it seems like it just that something is holding it through inside. You may have to use a cutter to try to pry it open. What about the pressure inside? The pressure should have been released even before. Are there any other bolts possibly that we have overseen? No other bolts. And I can tell that it has enough crack to open, but it just goes back and forth, but not out. Oh, never mind. It just cracked open. The best thing about this is it finally budged and we were able to open it. Okay, now make sure that it's tethered so that it doesn't fly away. Which tethers are we supposed to secure them with? I can actually use one of mine, which is adjustable, so I can give it more slack.
Ты близко там к винту закрытия балки. Надо его открутить ключом-трещоткой. Сжатие вот в центре.
Are you close to the ratchet wrench? Not really sure, but I think for me, Oleg, it will be easier from where I am located. Okay. This is EV2. I actually have a cutter next to me, so I can come back and help Oleg if he needs my help.
Так, резко лопнуло.
Принято.
The lanyard has been cut. Copy.
Так, отвернули барашек, платформа свободно перемещается.
The butterfly bolt has been removed, and the platform is moving freely inside. So are we taking it out or what?
Она платформа и так выходит. Здесь не надо открывать эту калитку.
Make sure you open all the items that are preventing it from being retrieved from the airtight container. It wasn't being held by anything, so it just came out on its own.
Если готовы, можно устанавливать.
Guys, as you are ready, you are go to install it. Piotr will need to take a necessary body position before we do that.
Может, ты будешь контролировать попадание? Ты, наверное, не дотянешься туда, да?
Oleg, you can monitor and verify that I'm actually inserting in the right place.
Нормально.
I'm ready to take it over from you. Do you have a hold of it? I do, but for the caps, I will need to move closer to you.
Он сдвинется, если что. Он далеко не сдвинется. Он должно хватить, сейчас посмотрим. В принципе, для той хватило. Так, ладно, подвижный.
All right, well, let's see what happens.
Так, как там лучше? Давай, я взял. Пускай. Держи еще, я перехвачу и возьму.
Okay, hold on for a little while longer. I'm going to go further on my handrail. Now I released.
Так, сейчас, секунду.
Stand by. On my side, I cannot see the lugs at all. So we do not see the lugs where we should install. There should be 4 of them.
Внутрь должна вставаться. Это наружу торчат там на раме проушины, но они внутренние.
Yes, the lugs are internal, actually.
Да.
Но мне с той стороны не видно.
But I cannot see them on this side.
Я стараюсь ее так параллельно.
I'm trying to hold my surface in parallel. Now I need to feed it in slowly and correctly. Okay, close it towards me, please. I'm trying. And to the stop. Don't release until you feel that it's inserted to the stop. I am trying to raise it. Okay, I think I'm in the groove now on the handle. Good. I have engagement, I have movement. Do you need any assist? No, I am just going to move along my handrail. And now the handle is secured. Excellent. Now you may mate the connector. Let me take a breather. I'm getting closer to the connector. Do you need some assist? Yes. Hold my legs so they don't fly away on me.
Шнурки на месте, все там, да, зафиксировано?
Okay, towards me now, please.
Да, все завязано шнурками. Так.
And now we have secured and tighten the slack on the tether. The adjustable tether on the right. Move it a little bit forward. Okay, number one is secure. Okay, now I'm unsewing it.
На этот же карабин можешь другие, да?
You may use the same hook for others. I think I will do that.
Да, хорошо.
Number two is released. Copy.
One hour, 40 minutes into this morning's spacewalk, Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov are working to secure the new fluid flow regulator unit in the Zarya module, having removed the old unit, ensuring that it is secure until it's placed back into an airtight container that they will jettison later in the spacewalk. This is the first task of the morning. After this is complete, they will press ahead then to the major objectives of the spacewalk, which is the retraction of a telescoping boom called the Strela boom that is attached to the Pirs docking compartment, stowing it on the Poisk module, demating an antenna feeder unit from Pirs, and mating Core's automated rendezvous cables
The cable here, maybe that.
That have been used for Russian vehicle dockings to the Pirs docking compartment. All of this as the decommissioning of the Pirs module continues in advance of its disposal later this year.
Проще обрезать, может быть.
It would be easier to cut. Yes, if we could cut in the middle, but we need to secure the other end then. Okay, secure, and now I can try to cut it. Tell me which way to go. Right, left? This way is good. It doesn't like to be cut. This cutter is not very good. I got it. It is cut. Copy.
Pyotr, ты оставь пока, наверное,
Pyotr,
не убирай их.
leave the cords on the reds
Состыковать. Мы тогда
and let's work on the connector mating.
Хорошо, принято.
Copy.
Так, оставил шнурки на рете.
The cords are on the reds.
Ах, тут еще один есть.
There is one more here.
Так.
За последний, может, и не надо.
Maybe you don't have to do the last one.
Нет, там он держит провод, тогда не получится достать разъем.
Well, I have to because
Хорошо.
there is a wire that it is holding, and I will not be able to access the connector. Oh, well then.
Да, почему-то посередине узлы вот эти, которые не пролазят в отверстие проволочных фиксаторов, к которым лишки привязаны.
In the middle, I cannot get through the opening in the wire ties.
Ты вытаскивай разъем, он у тебя одним концом застрахован нормально.
Well, you may pull out the connector because it is secured on one end to the protective ring.
Разъем не дотянется до фиксирующей платы, поэтому надо было...
Well, if I reach for the tether, then I cannot reach with the connector to the plate. Okay, got it. Okay, I have the wrench. I can see that you opened the slide wire. Yes.
Можно сейчас чуть-чуть ноги приподнять наоборот, чтобы я туда нажму.
And now raise the tabs here.
Сейчас вот надо вот так.
Just like this.
О. Так, отлично. Так, готов приступить к стыковке.
I'm ready to start with connector mating. Copy. You have a go for connector mating.
Принято.
Copy.
Завел и по стрелке на закрытие.
And align the arrow, maybe the other way, and lock.
Нет, другой это расстыковка.
No, the other way would be demating. Okay, let me see which way. Connector is mated, the tab is closed. Copy. There was a drop and come. Inaudible. Okay. Would you like me to hold it a bit longer? Yes, please. I have it. The connector is now aligned. And we have it on video, so you don't have to do any photography. You may close the flap. And just tuck in.
Flying 260 miles over northwest China, 1 hour 50 minutes into this morning's spacewalk. The new fluid flow regulator has been installed in the Zarya module. The two cosmonauts, Novitsky and Dubrov, are checking out the final configuration of the connectors that they've mated. Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow are waiting for telemetry from the newly installed unit that will complete the first task of this morning's spacewalk.
Is closed. Copy. And the marks are aligned. You need me to hold it a bit longer? Yes, please.
From Oleg Novitsky's helmet camera, looking at his colleague Pyotr Dubrov, the two cosmonauts both making the first spacewalks of their career.
Maybe not anymore.
The Earth 260 miles below them. And this wide view of the work site at the Zarya module, adjacent the Poisk airlock and docking port on the right side of your screen. Novitsky, Dubrov, and NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei launched almost 8 weeks ago aboard the Soyuz MS-18 spacecraft from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan on a 2-orbit rendezvous.
Oleg, maybe you can.
Vande Hei worked with his two cosmonaut colleagues to help them suit up late Tuesday evening in preparation for this morning's spacewalk.
The MLI flap is closed. The wire tie is slightly on the surface. I couldn't really tuck it in. I hope you can see it on the video, how the wire tie is located. Okay, Pyotr, thank you. Now remove the safety tether hook from the panel, releasing it right now, the tether hook.
The two cosmonauts will conduct a visual inspection of each other's spacesuits. That's part of the typical protocol during any spacewalk out of the International Space Station, basically called the buddy system. They'll move the old fluid flow regulator unit to the Poisk module airlock hatch, where it will be stowed in advance of its being jettisoned later in the spacewalk.
Cover first in half closed position. Yes, it's already half closed. And I'm holding on to the cover right now.
A good view from Oleg Novitsky's helmet camera of the old fluid flow regulator unit being stowed in the so-called airtight container that will be jettisoned later in the spacewalk, retrograde from the station, to prevent any possibility of recontacting the orbital laboratory.
I'm going to lock my tether hook right now and work on the wing screws. Both wing screws are now closed. Excellent. So now the safety tether hook, secure it on the container to be transported. Copy. Oleg, maybe you need to move forward, maybe towards the operator post. I agree. I'm going to move aside for you. So how are we going to switch places? So I can remove the sealed container. Let me get closer here and get the hook secured. This tether you have right now, maybe we can rehook it higher up. And the second one, secure it to that handrail over there. I don't think I can reach the hook right now. Okay, actually, we are basically ready to translate back. First of all, locks to open position. And I need to move the container. One lock is in open position. Second lock is in open position. The container is free now. Copy. Now you may return them to the operational position. Oleg? Return the latches into the working configuration. Both latches are in working configuration. Copy. Report how you feel. We feel good.
Okay.
Let me hold on to the container. Yes, if you move a little bit, I can hand it over to you. And I'm going to translate towards the handrails via the platform. Hopefully nothing is in the way. And then I can translate. Please check if my tethers are twisted or not. No, they're not twisted. We can see some dust particles flying from under the container, I suppose. I am ready to receive. I have it, and I released it. Okay, let me go to that side. I am on my tether now. Yes, this tether is in the way, the tether from the sealed container, and it is tight now.
Да, Петр, и слева у тебя антенны. Имею в виду, ты не видишь их?
Pyotr, remember the antennas? Yes, I can see the antenna. Maybe you can move a little bit further, Oleg. And I can hold on to the sealed container for a while. I'm holding it, and I release the container.
Ребята провели проверки подключенной панели. Подключение подтверждено.
So we tested the panel, and everything seems to be nominal. We can confirm. Excellent.
Да, сейчас ты отошел чуть подальше.
Okay, I moved out of the way. Okay, I'm moving to the handrail. And I got the container. And the adjustable tetherets. All right, both hooks and the safety tether of the pressurized container are connected to the gap spanners. Copy. Pyotr, how much space do you need? How far should I get away? Well, I can move for up 40 centimeters. Let me stand by, and you can get a bit closer.
All right, I'm letting it go. Okay. Just a second. I got it. The paint is peeling. Yep. I am moving along the gap spanner. Do you still have it? Yep. Copy. Just a little bit more. I have it now. Releasing.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours, 11 minutes into this morning's spacewalk by Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov. The 238th spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades. One of the upgrades just completed, the installation and checkout of a new fluid flow regulator panel for the Zarya module, the first component ever launched to the International Space Station.
I'm using the...
Flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov have reported a good checkout and good telemetry coming from the newly installed unit. So the two cosmonauts are in the process of hauling the old unit in an airtight container back to the Poisk module airlock, where it will be temporarily stowed before it is jettisoned later in this morning's excursion.
Okay. I have secured my hooks to gap spanners. Copy. And I got the container. All right. And then I'll need to grab that handle. Okay.
The two cosmonauts, after exiting the Poisk airlock about 30 minutes behind schedule, are making up time. They're now about 30 minutes ahead of the phased elapsed time for this morning's spacewalk, just about right on the timeline set in the pre-spacewalk preparations for this excursion. The first Russian spacewalk since last November, when the two Sergeys, Ryzhikov and Kud-Sverchkov, conducted a spacewalk in which they performed some preliminary activities for the decommissioning of the Pirs docking compartment. Today we'll see the major bulk of that work completed with the disconnection of antenna cables and other telemetry hardware associated with Pirs that will be discarded via the ISS Progress 77 cargo ship later this year.
And right here then. Okay, I see.
Олег, наметил
Oleg,
направление, да? Чтобы не крутиться там потом. Что?
have you pointed it in the right direction? What? Well,
Ты хочешь с другой стороны пройти?
I'm trying to move from the other side.
Ну, вообще, да. А что, лучше оттуда?
Yeah, that was my plan. To the operator's position. Is that a better? Is there a better route? No, you can use either. Just be careful there. Okay.
Так, что тут? Взять у тебя?
Do you want me to take over? Wouldn't hurt.
Так, ты можешь еще вытянуть немножко?
Would you extend it a little bit more?
Так.
Okay, there you go.
Сейчас, все, взял.
Got it.
Пускаю.
Okay.
Здесь надо как-то перестыковаться.
I need to disconnect and reconnect here. Well, if you could hold it for a second, then I can connect here and then take over. Well, I can move my hook here. Got it? Unintelligible. The container is still here, right? Let me turn around and I'll hold it. I have remated it, and I'm taking over the container. Got it. Yeah, I'm releasing it. That's the best way around here. On the side. Check behind your back. And I need to move my feet here. Do you see anything behind my back? Doesn't look like there is anything. I just seemed like I touched something with my backpack. Nope, nothing's there. Okay. Right, I've got the container. Seems like I got stuck. You may be grabbing the boom with your backpack. Basically, touching it. I am a little bit lost. Where do I want to move? There we go. And I need to get to it. Volodya, do you want us to attach the container next to the operator's position? Yes. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston as we approach the 2.5-hour mark into this morning's spacewalk by Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov. Everything continues to go smoothly, somewhat ahead of schedule actually, as the two cosmonauts have replaced a fluid flow regulator panel, a unit that provides the correct flow of propellant and other fluids through the Zarya module of the International Space Station. The old unit, originally installed in 2013, is now in an airtight container that is being temporarily stowed at the Poisk module airlock hatch. It will be jettisoned later in this morning's spacewalk. Once this activity is complete, the two cosmonauts will take a few minutes to catch their breath before they press ahead to move along to the Pirs docking compartment, which is the major objective of today's spacewalk, the final decommissioning of that venerable module that was first launched to the station in September 2001. The first task for today for Novitsky and Dubrov in regard to Pirs will be the removal, the disconnection of the Strela telescoping boom, a long 50-foot-long boom, Strela being the Russian word for arrow, that is mated to the side of the Pirs docking compartment on one end and to the Poisk module on the other end. It will be detached from the Pirs docking compartment and retracted and stowed on the side of the Poisk module for later use. Other work associated with the Pirs docking compartment later this morning will be the disconnection of antenna feeder cables and other telemetry and rendezvous hardware that will set the stage for Pirs to be undocked and disposed of via the ISS Progress 77 cargo ship, to which it is attached at the moment on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station. That detachment and disposal is scheduled to occur 2 days after the launch of the new Naoka multipurpose laboratory module atop a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan no earlier than July 15th.
Basically right before the boom, right? Well, if the container is going to be here, it's not going to be easy to get around it. But we need Oleg to pull it towards himself, and then you would be able to move to the operator's position. Well, I need to get to the boom. Well, yeah, that's there. Oleg, secure your safety tether hook and then move over to the operator's position using the boom. Copy. All right, I am connected to 6020, and I am moving towards the operator's position. Yes, and move along, use the boom to move. And Pyotr, please stand by 1. I'm standing by. Can I connect to the gap spanner with my hook? Or is it not advisable? Well, if there is nothing under your hand, then you can definitely do so. Copy. It's kind of chilly in the shade. And I feel great. Well, I even increased the heating, but it's still kind of chilly. Okay, I'm at the operator's position. That's great. And look at the bottom of the operator's position. Are there any handrails? Yes, talking over each other. Should I move towards the boom? Because it's kind of chilly here. Chilly?
Pyotr, смотри.
Pyotr.
Ты можешь контейнер вывести?
Can you move the container so that you can follow along the boom and get there? Yes, but then I will have to let the gap scanner go. You can connect to 5034. Well, Oleg, the best option is to accept the hook of the safety tether from Pyotr and then connect it to... All right. You mean secure the container? Yes. So the container needs to be connected to the boom. No, to the base. To the base. Do you mean the operator's post? No, the nearest, the handrail to the MRM. It's 5034. That's the closest. And it should be under your hand, right hand. Yes, it is. I'm trying to move there and accept the container. Sounds good. Okay, so what handrail should I use here?
2 hours, 35 minutes into this morning's spacewalk. Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov are at the Poisk module airlock hatch, preparing to stow the airtight container that you see on the left side of your screen that houses the old fluid flow regulator that was removed from the Zarya module, replaced with a brand new unit that has now been checked out and is said to be in good working order by the Russian flight control team in Korolyov.
Just a second. Okay, you can let it go. I see you. And you need the second hook. Yes. And I will try and guide it there. And how do I get to you with the hook? Well, you can connect to the same handrail and then take the container and I will reconnect to the safety tether.
I understand where you're going, and I am attached to the handrail closer to me. I cannot hold on to the container and hand over the tether to you. Well, I'm trying to unhook the second tether. First, let's do that. Yes, you're correct. Okay, I'm getting closer to the handrail where the container is. I'm holding the container. Yes, I am. And I am taking the tether hook now.
Согрелся чуть-чуть. А? Чуть-чуть согрелся. Хорошо.
I'm getting warmer now. That's good.
Так, зацепил. Страховой штыфал за поручень 60-34.
Handrail 6034. I'm secured to it with my hook. And could you please tighten the tether so that there is no slack? Yes.
Тут на локтях надо. Вряд ли получится, но надо также...
I'm trying to remove the slack. Maybe I can first take it under the handrail. Yes, you may do that.
Да, это будет лучше.
It will be better. Get the tether under the handrail, correct?
Так, ну, подтянул.
Okay, I tightened the tether a little bit. I removed the slack. Good. Pyotr, is everything nominal on your side? I think I need to remove the slack on my tether too. It's a bit loose. Please try.
Так, мне возвращаться к посту оператора.
So I need to go to the telah now, to the operator's post.
Понял.
Yes, copy.
Фал перекручен, поэтому...
The tether is all twisted here.
Ну, оставляй так, хорошо.
So I cannot really remove the slack. Okay, leave it as is then.
Так, вот
И тогда подходи.
Okay, so
Хорошо, подходи к стреле.
I pulled it towards me. Okay, and now proceed towards the telah. Boom.
На балке стрелы есть поручни, а дальше по
On the boom,
полееру пойдешь.
there are handrails, and then you can just go along the lanyard.
Застраховал длинный фал за поручень.
The long tether is secured to the handrail. Copy. So I'm trying to reach the lanyard.
2 hours, 44 minutes into this morning's spacewalk. Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov will soon be working to disconnect a variety of mechanical connections between the Pirs docking compartment and the International Space Station to enable the Strela telescoping boom that has been used in the past to transport spacewalking cosmonauts to and from various work sites on the Russian segment of the station. It will be moved away from the Pirs docking compartment for the final time and be stowed alongside the Poisk module, and a spacewalking ladder that has been used alongside the Pirs docking compartment will also be removed and stowed at the Poisk airlock.
Tonight?
You may start.
Так, нет, тут антенна все-таки мешает.
No, antenna is still in the way.
Обзор плохой здесь.
The gap is not that big here.
The International Space Station is flying 258 statute miles over the South Atlantic, about to track from southwest and northeast on this orbit of the Earth that will carry it across the west coast of Africa.
Antenna is really in the way here.
Pyotr, антенна сильно мешается.
Pyotr, antenna is really in the way. Yes. The lanyard and the antenna are located in such a way.
You can see the Strela boom on the right side of your screen. This is about a 55-foot long boom. At the top is Oleg Novitsky, Pyotr Dubrov at the bottom, as they will work in tandem to disconnect the bottom of that boom from the Pirs docking compartment and retract the boom so that it can be stowed on the side of the Poisk module.
Теперь антенна с этой стороны.
Now antenna is on this side.
Точнее, мишень.
Relative to the target.
На другую сторону стрелы, чтобы...
I translated to the other side of the strela boom, so I avoid the target. Copy.
Да, по леерам, конечно, не просто идти, все болтается.
It's not easy to follow the lanyard.
Контролировать перемещение.
It is wobbly. Not easy to control your translation.
Так, подхожу к такелажному узлу.
Хорошо. Можешь на кольцо перестыковывать карабины своих.
Okay, you can rehook your tether hooks to the ring.
Approaching the 3-hour mark into today's spacewalk, a spectacular view of the Earth below as the International Space Station flies 260 miles over the South Atlantic. Oleg Novitsky at the top of your screen, at the top of the Strela telescoping boom. At the bottom of that boom, disconnecting a number of mechanical connectors, is Pyotr Dubrov. The Strela boom then will be retracted by Novitsky. He is at the so-called operator's post, and he will literally retract the boom toward him to be stowed on the side of Poisk. Dubrov will ride the boom up to where Novitsky is.
Copy.
С кольцом к такелажному узлу осталось рядом, да?
And so stay close to the ring and to the grapple fixture.
Подошел к такелажному узлу.
I am at the grapple fixture. Copy.
Раз фиксируешь карабин, фала подтяга.
Release the adjustable tether hook from the handrail and tell the commander that you are ready for the further translation.
Зафиксировал карабин.
The tether hook is released. I'm ready for translation.
Хорошо. Олег,
Copy.
твоя часть работы, да.
So things are looking up.
Так, сначала вы, значит, поднимаем немножко вверх.
Okay, raise up a little bit here. Yes, about by 45 degrees on the handle. I think I'm going to egress the foot restraint and just not convenient. Okay.
Петр, это тебе награда за все мучения.
Pyotr,
Многие могут похвастаться, что катались на стреле.
not everybody can say that they got to ride the boom, the Strela boom. So this is your reward for today, Pyotr. Yes, and the views are so magnificent, so spectacular from the Strela.
Хорошо. Так, наверное, достаточно. Вам видно в камеру?
Okay, so you can observe
Как ты работаешь, твои руки.
from the camera.
А вот сбоку стрелу.
We can see your hands, so we can see you working. Now we can see the boom. We can see along the boom.
Поднимай, пожалуйста. Пусть повыше будет.
Okay, higher, please. Raise it higher.
А то Петр и так с ними намучился.
The view from Pyotr Dubrov's high-definition helmet camera looking straight up that Strela boom at Oleg Novitsky.
He's been working really hard.
This boom is about 46 feet long.
Я смотрю, по-моему, достаточно, как сами оцениваете.
I think it's enough here. What is your impression? I would have stopped some time ago.
Видно?
Can you observe on the video camera?
Наблюдаем.
Yes, we can see the video image now.
Складываем.
Now you may collapse the boom. Copy. Pyotr, monitor the lanyards, please. They should not be tangled in loops. Well, there is some looping now, but when we get off the boom, we are going to untangle the lanyards. Is the boom collapsing? Yes, it is, slowly.
Three hours, 2 minutes into the spacewalk, the Strela boom slowly being retracted up toward Oleg Novitsky, where it will be stowed on the side of the Poisk module.
The photography we get from this EVA will be unimaginable. It will be epic. I'm going by the PHO area. Copy.
Чувствую себя на галерах.
I feel like I'm a worker on a ship manning the oars.
Тяжело пошло, что ли, нет?
Is it difficult to rotate?
Нет, долго.
No, it just is taking a long time to collapse the Strela boom.
Ну, хотя идет тяжелее уже, да, чувствуется.
Оно почти сложено на самом деле. Кольцо свободно, Петр?
We're almost done with the boom collapsing. Pyotr, please check if nothing is snagged or tangled. I'm checking now.
Да, кольцо свободно движется.
The ring can move freely.
Принято.
Copy.
Если усилие увеличивается, еще раз попробуй, то все, стоп работа и складываешь ручку. Будем опускать.
If the effort to be applied is more than before, then you may stop rotating the handle. Well, I think there's a little bit more to go on the strela. A little bit more to collapse. Okay, copy.
After disconnecting a number of mechanical connections for the Strela boom that had been housed at one end to the Piers docking compartment, the boom in the final stages of being retracted for final stowage alongside the Poisk module.
The correct side when you approach the handrail. It should be from the side of the EV hatch. I think I should be on the side of the transfer handrail.
Так, может мне немножко повернуть в сторону поручня перехода, в сторону люка?
Maybe I should rotate to the closer to the transfer handrail. Yes, let's try it. Maybe as long as we approach on the other side, it will be still okay. As long as it's close to the hatch. Copy.
We're in a handover between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system. We should be in a position to regain our communications and downlink video from the station momentarily. 3 hours, 8 minutes into the spacewalk, Novitsky and Dubrov have replaced a fluid flow regulator unit in the Zarya module of the International Space Station. It has been checked out and is functioning perfectly according to Russian flight controllers. Now the crew is in the process of wrapping up the final decommissioning of the Piers docking compartment, first with the removal of the Strela telescoping boom that had been attached at its base to the Piers docking compartment and airlock. It has been retracted and is now in the process of being stowed, as you can see, alongside the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment. Oleg Novitsky at the top of your screen, Pyotr Dubrov at the bottom of your screen.
Ты оцени, с какого момента ты можешь перейти карабинами на поручнями МДЛА.
Tell me at which point you can rehook your tethers to MRM2. Right now. Go ahead and transfer to MRM2 handrails.
Зафиксировал такелажный узел за поручень 6209.
The
Плавом с подтягом, да?
grapple fixture is secured to handrail 6009 using adjustable tether, correct? That's right. Now transfer over to MRM2 handrails.
Я сейчас нахожусь прямо возле поручня перехода.
Right now, I'm right at the transfer handrail. Then you can use it, Pyotr.
Олег, ты можешь ручкой тангажа
Oleg,
чуть-чуть приподнять стрелу. Она станет...
Using the pitch handle, you can pitch up the Strela boom just a tiny bit. This is better. Just to lift up the end point.
Усилие чуть увеличивается, все, стоп.
Сейчас Петр отойдет.
It's starting to extend a little, so don't do that yet. Yeah, I'm waiting for Pyotr to move out of the way. Okay, I'm finally hooked to the transfer tether. Copy. How are you feeling? I'm feeling great. I started to feel some resistance, so this is Oleg. So I stowed the handle in the stowage position. Do you want to rest a couple of minutes or go straight?
Да, я бы тоже, наверное, чуть-чуть подышал. А то все одной рукой крутил, летел.
Go straight to the next desk.
Хорошо.
You know, I would take a breather for a couple of minutes or so because it was kind of tough on one arm that I had to pull and tug and twist and so on. Okay, then I'll I'd like to take a breather also.
Рядом с поручным переходом, по-моему, до сих пор висит.
Pyotr, I think your next task will be number 27, and I think there's still a tether attached to it. So when you start to get into position, you can remove it. It doesn't need to be there anymore. Okay, copy.
Ты откроешь клапан FP9 и как мы
So you will open
состыкованные разъемы.
Flap F9, and you will need to find the necessary connectors. Then you will demate the course cable. In the meantime, Oleg will be traveling to DC-1 to the course restraint plates. I propose, Oleg, that you start demating with the high frequency connectors.
В сторону СМ, в сторону ПХО и конуса, освобождать от кабельных держателей.
And start to free them up from the clips, the cable clamps, following from there, so that he is moving towards you and can start mating those connectors. Okay. And then we'll go back to DC-1, demate the low frequency connectors. Okay. Vladimir, how would you like me to translate to DC now? Using MRM2. Handrails, switch over to DC-1. Would it be possible to translate using Strela? No. Can you reach with your hooks to the hatch? So you want me to rotate around, basically towards Pyotr? Yeah, around the hatch. And this is EV1. I understand I will be working on DC-1, plane 2. Yeah, plane 2-ish. Okay, copy. So you will be using transfer handrails to go towards DC, but it's just the other way around. You'll be going up instead of moving down.
Through the interpreter, you hear Russian flight controllers guiding Novitsky and Dubrov along the way here toward their next task. The Strela telescoping boom has been detached from the Piers docking compartment, retracted, and now stowed along the Poisk module airlock. The next task for the two spacewalkers will be to make their way back down to Piers to disconnect an antenna feeder cable associated with the Corps' automated rendezvous system that connected telemetry from the Zvezda service module to the Piers docking compartment for visiting vehicle traffic to Piers over the course of the past 20 years. That Corps' antenna feeder cable will be disconnected from Piers and reconnected to an antenna feeder connector position on the so-called transfer tunnel along the nadir or Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the station. A connectivity test will be conducted then inside the International Space Station by Mark Vande Hei with the Soyuz MS-18 spacecraft that is currently docked to the Rosviet module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment. The key here is to ensure that all of the Corps' automated telemetry systems are now disconnected from the Piers docking compartment and will be ready to be reconnected to the Nyoka multipurpose laboratory module once it arrives at the station this summer.
You can see what else you can do. Yeah, getting to the plate, I just don't see any handrails around it. Yeah, there is one, but it's gonna take you a long way to translate to. Okay, this is Oleg. I am next to the transfer handrail.
The International Space Station is flying over the border between Afghanistan and Turkmenistan, about 260 miles above the Earth, as we are at the 3-hour, 21-minute mark into today's spacewalk. You're seeing the view from Pyotr Dubrov's helmet camera as he and Oleg Novitsky make their way back down to the Pirs docking compartment to begin the disconnection of a number of mechanical connection points for the Corps' automated antenna feeder system that has provided rendezvous telemetry for approaching Russian vehicles to the International Space Station when they have arrived for dockings at the Pirs docking compartment.
So this orange strap cannot be used.
Помечен, что рядом мишени и карабин.
To hook to it while translating. Yeah, it wasn't rated for the loading that the handrails were rated for. So unfortunately, they're not designed for them to hold the weight of
the removal of the Strela telescoping boom from the Pirs docking compartment and the upcoming disconnection of Corps' automated rendezvous system hardware from Pirs will essentially end the Pirs' operational lifetime. There is some additional work to prepare for its undocking and disposal that will take place inside the Russian segment of the station, but that work will follow all of this external work being conducted this morning by Novitsky and Dubrov.
Or pull the tether through the transfer handrail.
This is the 238th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, and the first of 3 spacewalks to be conducted by the Expedition 65 crew members over the next 2.5 weeks. June 16th and June 20th, Father's Day, we'll see European Space Agency flight engineer Thomas Pesquet and NASA flight engineer Shane Kimbrough emerge from the Quest airlock of the International Space Station for a pair of spacewalks to install the first two IROSA solar arrays. IROSA is the acronym for ISS Roll-Up Solar Arrays. They are being launched this Thursday from the Kennedy Space Center in the trunk of the Cargo Dragon on the SpaceX CRS-22 resupply mission to the International Space Station. Launch scheduled at 1:29 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday. The weather forecast appears to be favorable. Docking to take place in the wee hours of Saturday, June 5th, to the space-facing port on the Harmony module of the International Space Station. On June 11th, the station's robotic arm, Canadarm2, will reach around and extract that pair of solar arrays from the trunk of the Cargo Dragon and temporarily stow them on the truss of the complex in advance of that first spacewalk by Pesquet and Kimbrough to install the arrays. They'll both be installed on the P6 truss of the International Space Station, not to replace the solar arrays, but rather to augment the power supply for 2 of the 8 power channels on the outpost. There will be 2 more sets of solar arrays, 2 more pairs of these roll-up solar arrays to be launched on future SpaceX missions and installed on subsequent spacewalks in 2022.
Oleg, you are translating along the path right now where the cable are captured in the cable holders. Would that need to be opened? I'm sorry, Moscow. Come again?
Короткое пропадание связи было. Ты переспрашивал, что я тебе предложил. Проходя мимо кабельного держателя, высвободить из него белый кабель.
Yeah, I was just saying that you are moving along the path where incidentally the same cables are located that are in holders, which will need to be undone, so that Pyotr can make the connectors. Are these the cables? Yeah, they are. They start on top of the structure of the pressure hull, and then they get under the MLI. So as you are moving along, you can open those holders. And I'm trying to take a different translation path. This is Pyotr, but I'm afraid to damage the target and the reflector that are located there. The one towards the FGB? No, the one that is pointed at DC-1. I'm trying not to get too close to it. I can recommend that you use the transfer and gap spanners and try to remove enough slack for the tether to be tight enough for you to be able to translate. No, what I'm telling you is where I am right now. There are a lot of objects and structural components that
Не пытайся протиснуться, если где-то тесно. Если хочешь, действительно перейди.
That make it problematic for me to even be here.
Попробуй оттуда.
Okay, how about you try to go a different translation path that doesn't have a lot of things to make it hard for you to translate. Well, if you look everywhere around, there are elements everywhere. So any which way I'm going to try to go, I'm going to have to try to avoid something or other.
Three and a half hours now into the spacewalk by Novitsky and Dubrov. They continue to work through the timeline, preparing to disconnect antenna cables associated with the Corps' automated rendezvous system from the Piers docking compartment, and to connect those cables to rendezvous hardware at a transfer tunnel on the Russian segment of the International Space Station. This in preparation for the arrival of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module later this summer.
The second cable holder. Copy, Oleg. And that holder holds a couple or a bunch of other cables under it, right? Yes, that's right.
The International Space Station is about to move in a track from northwest to southeast across far eastern Russia, and then across the Pacific Ocean just north of Japan on this orbit of the Earth. Everything proceeding very much on schedule for this spacewalk, the first ever for Novitsky and Dubrov, the sixth out of the International Space Station this year.
All right, this is Pyotr. I see three separate cables, except they're all tangled up and twisted. Are they all capped? They're all capped. It's just that if we're going to remove those caps, then we're going to need to secure them with something so they won't fly away. And they're pretty loose, not too tight. Is there labeling on them? Yes. I can't reach one of them. Those should be connectors 6, 7, and 5.
До них я вообще могу только одной рукой дотянуться.
What about the connectors on the plate? Those I can barely even reach with my one arm.
Что-то все время мешает.
Something is always in the way.
Габариты скафандра не позволяют вот с этой стороны.
The dimensions of my suit are not allowing me to do much on this side of the suit.
Я все-таки думаю попытаться зайти с другой стороны.
Maybe if I tried to get to the same spot from the other side.
Ну, посмотри, пока Олег освобождает высокочастотный кабель.
Well, you can try to do so while Oleg is working on freeing up the high-frequency cable from the cable holders.
Ребята, мы получили информацию проверок СПРЖ.
We did run the test, and everything's operational, everything's nominal. So, just wanted to let you know that RSG is working fine. And good job, guys. Actually, thank you, Moscow. The effort was yours.
Those words from Russian flight controllers to Novitsky and Dubrov reconfirming that the new fluid flow regulator panel installed earlier in this morning's spacewalk at the Zarya module of the International Space Station is up and running, accepting commands, and fluids are flowing through the Zarya module in good shape.
Так, вышел с лаки, курс ПВЧ.
Okay.
Это Олег. Обхватишь проволочный фиксатор, и расстыкуешь разъемчики.
Принял.
Copy.
Так, а здесь как лучше порекомендуете?
And what do you recommend here? There is a cable. Should I disconnect the cables, or should I first take it out of the clamp?
Олег, рекомендация сначала расстыковать.
Oleg, the recommendation was to disconnect it first. Copy. and tried to move a little bit closer to the connector from the other side. Still, just as challenging. There are certain items on the MRM2 that are pretty much in the way.
Novitsky and Dubrov are at the Piers docking compartment preparing to disconnect the antenna feeder cables from the Piers associated with the Corps' automated rendezvous system. These cables were part of a system that essentially beams radio signals back and forth between the Zvezda service module and the approaching Russian vehicles that have docked to the Piers docking compartment over the course of years.
Connectors?
The Corps' system, there's an active system on the approaching vehicles and a passive system that accepts the radio signals from the vehicles themselves that is housed on the Zvezda. It is all interconnected with each module on the Russian segment of the International Space Station to provide distance between the approaching vehicle and its docking target and the rate of closure to feed the visiting vehicle's onboard computers.
With a wire tie. Copy. And what about the order of connecting high-frequency cables? Does it matter, or do we do it as we think works best? Proceed as you think is best. Copy.
One by one, Novitsky and Dubrov are disconnecting antenna cables for the Corps' automated rendezvous system that has linked the Piers docking compartment to the Zvezda service module over the course of the past 20 years.
To secure the covers.
While Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov continue disconnecting cables for the Corps' automated rendezvous system from the Piers docking compartment as it is being decommissioned for its undocking and disposal later this summer. We're approaching the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk. Hashtag Ask NASA is your port of call if you have questions you would like answered during the course of our coverage this morning. Angel asks, as spacewalks take all day to perform and they don't appear to stop for a meal break, do they eat and drink on the go? Both for Russian spacewalks, which is what we're involved in today, and U.S. spacewalks out of the Quest airlock, the Russian cosmonauts today, for example, in their Orlan spacesuits, have food bars and drink bags that they can take sips of water from to stay hydrated during the course of their work in the void of space.
Sounds good.
Carla asks, when the sun rises, is it difficult for the astronauts to adjust to the bright light? Do they have any eye protection? This is from her 6-year-old son. The helmets on the Russian Orlan spacesuits, as they are for the U.S. extravehicular mobility units, or EMUs, as they are known, there are visors, sun visors, that the crew can put down and flip up during nighttime and daytime. And of course, during daytime passes, when the International Space Station is orbiting in daylight, the sun can be quite bright, and it's at that period of time that the visors can be flipped down to protect their eyes, very much like a pair of space-based sunglasses.
Do it somehow. It's a little bit in the way here, of course. All right, I have dematted all connectors and stowed them back. Copy, Oleg. This is great. Then you can connect the cable to hydraulic connector. And as you see, we don't want you to have to hold one cable. Right, so you want me to go back to Pyotr, following the same route, right? Yes. It may actually be easier for you to reach from that location. Yes, I will free up the cable and see how to get to Pyotr best. Maybe backtrack as you got to DC-1. You would grab the reel. Okay. And please disconnect the red right now so that you could reach. What do you want me to do? Disconnect the red and start with the cable attachment, and then you can proceed with the other key connectors.
Pyotr, как у тебя сейчас?
Pyotr, how goes it?
Неважно. Забраться сюда просто невозможно.
Not so well. It's a mission impossible to get in there. If I could move a little bit up there, then maybe, but I can't really move it or fold it away, neither with my sleeve nor with my helmet, and I cannot get to the work area. All right, take a break. Maybe if it had a spring, I would have been able to push it to the side. All right, well, Oleg is working on the high-frequency cable. And you can proceed with the connectors. Maybe at least one handrail?
Олег, ты оцениваешь, как тебе перейти лучше?
Oleg, what's your assessment of the situation? We can actually move over to the boom and then throw the cable over. And the handrails are pretty small. S31 would be the cable. Okay, sounds good. All right, I got the extra length of the VP 971 connector. We copy. And I am starting with disconnecting. Disconnection of the connectors and cables. Copy. Copy. Pyotr. Go ahead.
У тебя опять очень низкая температура на входе в клуб. Ты опять там замерзнешь. У тебя 11 градусов.
The temperature
Может быть, даже в ноль поставь на какой-то.
for your suit is pretty low yet again. Just to warm it up, set it at 0.
Да, а то еще день к тому же.
Will do, because it's not even night yet. Yeah, it's not cold. I don't feel that it's cold at all.
Олег, в этом месте
Oleg,
взгляд бухту положить поверх вот этих кабелей.
maybe you can put the coil
Попробовать под ними.
above these cables or try under these.
Конечно,
А его же вроде
под них
под какую-то плату,
прокинуть.
по-моему, под вот это укладывать.
They should have been under here, correct?
Не.
Они вообще должны
Белый.
туда, в сторону Петра.
They should be towards Pyotr, correct?
В сторону Петра идут, а потом еще там расходятся направо.
Yes,
Большой диаметр.
towards Pyotr, then to the right, towards the large diameter.
Сможешь в ту бухту с 4 разъемами
Maybe that cable coil with 4 connectors
вот где
that you are toting, maybe you can put it under these cables that you're holding. Under cables or
кабелями.
under handrail? Both.
А я немножко не пойму. Ее
It's not clear. So do I put it in the cable holders or under the handrail? Which is it?
не приняли.
We did not read you, which is typical.
Как ты там?
Okay, are you trying? I'm trying to demate the first connector. It did twist. It does not want to be demated. Is it twisting loosely? Yes, it is, but it doesn't want to be released.
Отдохни чуть-чуть.
Суд Москвы.
Moscow.
Слушаем, Олег.
Yes, Oleg.
Я не понял, что вы хотели, как проложить кабели, вы просите.
Please clarify how you want me to route the cables between the handrails close to the structure.
Между поручнями, ближе к корпусу.
Yes, between.
Ага, теперь понял, хорошо.
So beneath the handrails, closer to the structure of the station. Okay, now it's clear, and I will try to comply.
Moscow station for Oleg. Go ahead, Oleg.
Разрешите страховочными фалами?
May I use my safety tethers to secure to the handrail?
Просто чтобы карабины там не под мишень сильно не подклинили.
I will just try to keep the hooks out of the way. And the orange tether. Copy.
Я сделал держатель, чтобы не улетать из рабочей зоны.
I now secured the cable holder for myself, so I don't have to leave the work site.
Ты отдохни, пожалуйста.
Okay, please rest.
А пока расскажи, к другим разъемам такой доступ у тебя возможен?
And tell us which connectors are easy for you to access.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 17 minutes into this morning's spacewalk. Cosmonauts Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov making their way through the timeline as they continue disconnecting antenna cables from the Pirs docking compartment and reconnecting those cables to hardware on the Zvezda service module associated with the Corps' automated rendezvous system. This all part of the decommissioning of the Pirs, which was launched in September of 2001 as a Russian vehicle docking port and airlock for Russian-based spacewalks. Pirs will be undocked via the ISS Progress 77 cargo ship that is currently attached to Pirs on the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the station, and Progress's engines then will be used to deorbit Pirs, sending both Progress and Pirs into the Earth's atmosphere where they will burn up harmlessly over the Pacific Ocean. That will all occur just a few days after the launch of the brand new Naoka multipurpose laboratory module, the MLM, that has been under construction and is now in final integrated testing at the Baikonur Cosmodrome In Kazakhstan, it will launch on a Proton rocket from Baikonur no earlier than mid-July on an 8-day trip. It will take that long to phase to the International Space Station, where Russian flight controllers will have a long opportunity to check out its systems and declare it healthy before Naoka makes an automated docking to the same Earth-facing port to which the Pirs docking compartment is currently attached.
And I can see the rubber seal. It is looking nominal, and no debris, no foreign debris. Okay, these are mated, these connectors. Copy.
О, есть.
I have it. 971 connector is now mated. We copy. Water relief. Now connector HFP97. And this is 9-5 connector. HFP97 complete. And another HFP97, the two of the same kind. Copy. HFP97 is also mated. The tab is closed. Copy. Now HFP9-7 is left.
Так, а вот здесь свободная маркировка HFP96-1.
HFP96. I can see the labeling.
Так.
And also I can see one of those that are 9-5. Okay, no, now 6-1 is done.
Так. Вот он, HFP95.
The two cosmonauts who began the spacewalk at 12:53 a.m. Central Time, 1:53 a.m. Eastern Time, are in the process of mating cables to connectors along the transfer compartment of the Zvezda service module. Again, these are antenna cables that were disconnected from the Pirs docking compartment as it is being decommissioned for its forthcoming disposal later this summer. These cables associated with the Corps' automated rendezvous system and the future arrival of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module to be launched on a 3-stage Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome. The International Space Station, moving from southwest to northeast, Over the South Atlantic, about to cross into an orbital sunrise.
Estimated. Copy. Nine five, looking for 9-5.
FP-95 тоже состыкован.
FP9-5 is also mated. And in the Lirka clips. Copy.
Теперь самое хитрое.
Now comes the tricky part. This angle reflector is in my way. I cannot apply enough pressure on the connector so it enters the Lirka clip. Oleg, are you here? Are you close? Yes. Okay, I'll give it one more try.
Если надо что-то помочь.
You need assistance, Pyotr? Well, not really.
Если только ты смог, может, как-то уголковый отражатель, который у меня за правым плечом, как-то, может, временно
Unless you could move the angle reflector somewhere that's on my right shoulder side. See, there is a spring here. If I could just press on it, then it would collapse on itself. I'm not sure I can do anything about the reflector. I see the central part, it's on a spring. Be careful with the reflector because your suit is pretty close to it. Well, there are no sharp edges there. I don't think I can enter there with my whole hut. And I'm not sure how I'm going to exit here. Victory.
I collapsed the spring for you on the reflector, and now immediately I have some room. So now I can move myself more freely. When I'm almost done, now you collapse that reflector spring. Where were you before? Okay, the mated connectors are now placed in the Lirka clips. Copy. Now the high frequency connectors, guys. This is your last task for here. That should be easier. Yes, the time is coming for course testing pretty soon. You should be done soon. So what is our next activity? Mate the high frequency connectors that are now on the plate. Okay, I see them. I open the flap. And Oleg, if you could move some items under my left hand. Okay, I can see the connectors now. They're labeled FP9-9, 9-10, 9-11, 9-12. Okay, now you're red. Maybe we can secure some items on it. And I will see if I can move things freely under here. Wait, I'm stuck here somewhere. All right, it's secured. Now let me pull the tether through. This is the maximum of length I can give you. Is that sufficient? Yes, and I even have some margin in here. Pyotr, start from the edge and go towards the center with the connector mating. No, you must start from either edge as long as you start from one of the edges, not from the middle. Moscow, this is Oleg. Go ahead. The circular handrails around the service module. I used a wire tie to secure my tether on one of them. Yes, it shouldn't be in the way of Pyotr's activity of mating the high-frequency connectors. So please secure your tether as well as you can. Copy.
конечно, нужный будет крайний, 4-й.
Of course, what I need is the one on the edge.
Так, нашел разъем ФП.
Okay, I found it. The connector.
More than 4.5 hours into this morning's spacewalk, Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov working in tandem to continue mating connectors for the core's automated rendezvous system antennas. Those cables were disconnected from the Piers docking compartment a short time ago and were rerouted to be mated to the what's known as the transfer compartment, the ball-shaped transfer compartment at the Zvezda service module. The core's automated rendezvous system basically is comprised of an active system for approaching vehicles and a passive system on the Zvezda that beam radio signals back and forth to provide the approaching visiting vehicles' computers with range information and rate of closure. The Piers docking compartment is being disconnected and basically placed in a decommissioned state in preparation for its undocking and disposal later this summer following the launch of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that will lift off no earlier than mid-July on a 3-stage Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. Earlier in today's spacewalk, the two cosmonauts replaced an aging fluid flow regulator panel on the Zarya module and retracted the Strela telescoping boom, disconnecting it from the Piers docking compartment and stowing it on the Poisk module, which now serves as the primary docking port and airlock for Russian-based spacewalks, until the time that the multipurpose laboratory module is fully operational following its arrival at the International Space Station. There will be a number of Russian spacewalks to hook up electrical and telemetry cables and other systems to the MLM, as it is known, or the Naoka, the Russian word for science, once it arrives for an automated docking to the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the station.
Какие трудности?
Okay, I have the connectors on the edge. They're snug to the MLI and to the wires, and it's not easy to align them properly along their axis.
Я понял, да?
Okay, so HFP99 connector. The connector HFP991 is mated, copy. And I have number 10 also. And Oleg is saying, I'm going to secure a cable and get closer to Pyotr.
Есть следующий состыкован.
I have the next connector mated
Состыковал.
completely.
Следующий разъем 11.
Next is HFP9-11 connector.
Что за помочь? Стал 2 разъема состыковать.
Okay, how can I help? And connector mating.
Только меня немножко придержать. Сейчас.
Hold me so I don't fly away.
Прижать к разъему, да? Да, вот чуть-чуть в сторону ног меня немножко сдвинуть.
Move me down a little bit in the direction of my feet.
О, так, отлично.
This is good.
Так, есть еще один состыкован.
One more connector is mated and secured.
Нос всего. Может, как-то ногами тебе попробовать подержать.
Maybe I should hold your feet
О, вот так, нормально?
like this.
Отлично. Ага, и мне так удобно.
Very good. And it's convenient for me also.
Меня вешают по силу. Почти попал.
I'm almost there.
I almost made it in.
Все, все 4 высокочастотные.
Okay, all 4 high-frequency connectors are mated.
Принято.
Copy.
ХПП 9-12, верно?
The last one was XFP12, correct?
Замечательно.
That's true.
Сейчас отдохните, ребята.
Okay, rest a couple of minutes.
4 hours, 44 minutes into the spacewalk, Novitsky and Dubrov reporting that all of the high-frequency cables for the Corps' automated rendezvous system that were disconnected from the Pirs docking compartment have now been connected to new connector panels on the transfer compartment of the Zvezda service module. This is a temporary installation. The path of this Corps' automated telemetry will be checked out with the Soyuz MS-18 spacecraft that Novitsky, Dubrov, and NASA astronaut Mark Vande Hei launched on back in April.
Maybe I should travel back, this is Oleg, to demate the low frequency connectors. I guess we're not being heard. Yes. And plate 9 can be covered with MLI flap unless you want to wait until later. I'm sorry, we didn't hear you for a while. Oleg, I'm telling you that we'd like you to stay where you are and not go back to SM because we're preparing to send the commands to high-frequency cables between 10:30, 10:51 and 10:53. Guys, just stay put, okay? Standing by for their words.
Вот это у нас до тени.
Guys, we have good 20 minutes until eclipse. The Corps' test will take place in 10 minutes. So we're all good, we're all set. And then once we're done with this task, we'll pick up with the rest of the timeline. Okay, that's clear now.
Я за спиной пока. Ага. А я думаю, что мне мешает дойти? Не надо. Вроде там космос, ничего не должно быть.
Yeah, I'm translating just freely. There's really nothing but space in our way. This is a much easier translation path than where I was stuck before.
So with all of the Corps' automated antenna cables having been disconnected from the Pirs docking compartment and hooked temporarily to other connectors on the Zvezda service module, the two cosmonauts are going to spend a few minutes taking a breather before pressing ahead to the remainder of their work, which will include the removal of a gap spanner from a spacewalk ladder that was used to connect the Pirs docking compartment with the Poisk module, the airlock from which they emerged almost 5 hours ago to begin this morning's spacewalk. The plan continues to call for the jettisoning of a container housing the old fluid flow regulator that was removed from the Zarya module early in the spacewalk today and replaced with a brand new unit, and the exchange of two sets of material science and microbiological payload canisters, one called the test payload and one called Venislavost, which is the Russian word for endurance, that will be housed on the outside of the Poisk module.
Can you go over the Strela boom using a hook on your tether and the ring on the Strela? I would think so. Then, Petr, this is your shortest and fastest path.
Oleg,
and you can approach the container from the other side, right? Yes, we're getting there slowly but surely.
Так, ну вот я нахожусь в зоне досягаемости карабина.
Okay, this is Pyotr reporting. I am in the area of approachability to the hook.
Карабин, чтобы подстраховать контейнер
Олег.
Когда будешь готов, перестраховать.
Go ahead and rehook the tether that you have right now on the container. Once you let us know that the new hook has been installed and secured on your side of the container, then Pyotr will do the same on his side. Pyotr, do you have a hold of it? I'm sort of not letting it go, but not specifically have a good hold on it. I hear you, Moscow. That's why I'm asking Pyotr if he has got a hold on it before I rehook.
Just a few minutes shy of the 5-hour mark in this morning's spacewalk. Novitsky and Dubrov are in the process of releasing the temporarily stowed container housing the old, now discarded fluid flow regulator unit that was removed from the Zarya module early in the spacewalk today and replaced with a new unit. It's in that container right over Dubrov's head along the side of the Poisk module. It will be jettisoned aft of the Zvezda service module with no potential for recontacting the International Space Station.
So do I install the new one first and then remove it completely? Moscow 4AV2.
Да, Петр, если слышишь нас, то...
Yes, Pyotr, if you can hear us. You remove the hook from the safety tether completely from the container. And then once you get closer to the hatch, we'll take it back in.
Олег, а ты уже поднимайся.
Oleg, it's time for you to climb up to the operator post. Keep pulling the airtight container towards yourself. I understand. I was just kind of helping Pyotr while he was rehooking his tethers on the other side to hold on to the airtight container. I've got to hold on it. You've got to hold on it. Copy. I'm going to take it, and now I'm going to let it go. The handrail between you and me, it looks circular or loopy. Nope. That's not going to work. You can leave the adjustable tether hook on the ring. That's what I'm trying to do. And then for the short tether to be secured on the other side. Actually, this is Oleg. I wouldn't say this body position is too bad. Right, so as we agreed, you are going to get to the handrail, get a full control of the airtight container, select a pose for jettison in the right direction, and once you think you're ready, you tell Pyotr, and he will unhook his tether from the other end that's holding it up right now on the station side. Yeah, I know the drill. I'm just trying to assess how good this position is, stability-wise. I don't even think I need the foot restraint. It's pretty good.
We've crossed the 5-hour mark in this morning's spacewalk, standing by for the jettisoning of the airtight container that houses the discarded old fluid flow regulator unit that was removed and replaced in the Zarya module earlier in the spacewalk today.
Short tether is going to be long enough. There aren't enough handrail lengths. But I think I'm as ready as I will be. So go ahead and demate that a hook on your end, Pyotr. Okay, it's the hook is removed. And loop it onto something so you can hold me stable. Stand by. This is really not too convenient. Okay, if I jettison it in that direction, do you think it's going to go where we want it to go? At about 60 degrees. Yeah, I see that it's a good trajectory. Solar array clear. I'm trying to...
We're about to regain our communications through the tracking and data relay satellite system, including downlink TV, as we await the jettisoning of this container that houses the discarded fluid flow regulator unit removed from the Zarya module early in today's spacewalk.
We're not getting video yet, but we copy your report that it's been jettisoned.
And the cosmonauts report that they have jettisoned the container. You now can see it as it moves away from the International Space Station aft of the Zvezda service module. This trajectory designed to prevent any potential for recontacting the station.
So I didn't want to hit it. Copy. Oleg, can you tilt your head a little bit so we can see the view? And we just got the video back.
Молодцы. По-моему, вполне больше полуметра в секунду.
Good job. I think you made a separation rate just as we asked.
Here in Mission Control, the Trajectory Operations Officer reports a good jettisoning of the container that houses the discarded fluid flow regulator unit removed earlier this morning from the Zarya module. While this is going on, Russian flight controllers reporting that the testing of the repositioned and reconnected CORS automated rendezvous antenna cables is underway to ensure good connectivity. Those CORS cables removed from the soon-to-be decommissioned Piers docking compartment and reconnected to temporarily to connectors on the transfer compartment on the Zvezda service module.
The tethers that were holding the container next to the EV hatch. Copy. I have one on me, and we're going to put one on the handrail next to the EV hatch. Copy.
I am next to the EV hatch. Please make sure you have your hook closed. Yes, there was a small confusion. Pyotr. For now, Go ahead, Moscow. This is Pyotr.
Добавь себе немножко охлаждения.
Could you increase your cooling a little bit?
Ты ставишь.
You're currently at 0. Yes, I am at 0.
И скажи, принято.
And set it to 1.
Батареи какое?
And what do you see on your display for the battery? It's 5.5. And for now, I can connect the container's handrail to the handrail on MRM2. Yes, that sounds good. So, got it. All right, we have one hook closed. And the second one, let me grab it. Is it long enough? Seems so. Unintelligible. I see. And you have opened it, right? Yes. It's not quite convenient to open it up with your hand.
Five hours, 13 minutes into this morning's spacewalk. The International Space Station is flying from northwest to southeast, led by Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Aki Hoshide, who's the station commander, as the complex flies almost directly over Tokyo at an altitude of 260 miles. The two cosmonauts performing this morning's spacewalk, Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov, just jettisoned a container housing the discarded fluid flow regulator unit that was removed from the Zarya module and replaced with a new unit earlier today. The primary objective of this spacewalk continues to be the decommissioning and disconnecting of hardware from the Pirs docking compartment in preparation for its disposal and deorbiting later this summer following the launch of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
And how did you copy us? Well, it was low frequency. Low frequency is important, absolutely. So I am suggesting, since you were working on a DC-1, you are going back to the low frequency panels, and together you disconnect them, and together with the cables you go over to PHO. And Pyotr, go back to plate 9, plate 4, and the connectors need to be carefully secured with a wire tie near the bracket. Sounds good. And we copy. And Oleg, after course, you will need to go to the EV hatch. Copy. Oleg, while you are still here, could you turn on U.S. lights for me? Headlights? Yes, of course. Pyotr, do you have Orlan lights up or not? And they're off. I turned them on only when we didn't have any sun. So let's try U.S. lights. And yes, Oleg, let Oleg help me out because I can't reach them fast enough. And I'm like trying to touch something and turn them on, and I can't really find the switch. And I can't find the switch either. Hold on. Now you were turning on mine. That's more comfortable to turn around like that. You're kind of floating away.
не должны сильно нажиматься. О, еще раз. О.
Okay, I need to push them harder. There we go.
Так, сейчас мне надо как-то снова забраться на эту.
Okay, and I need to climb up onto that plate somehow one more time. And I need to transition to the other side.
Так что тебе дать возможность.
Mark, you have a...
Суд Москвы для Олега.
Moscow.
Отвечаю, Олег.
This is Oleg. Go ahead, Oleg.
А вы видео принимаете?
Are you receiving the video image?
Да, телевидение есть картинка.
Yes, we are.
Вот эти кабели.
I was wondering, those yellow cables, are these low-frequency cables?
Не зирок, а избирать.
Should we just
Нет, Олег.
remove them
Это низкочастотный курс, но
and
нигде от вирусов
free them up?
мы...
Well, they are low-frequency, but well, they will be going to PHO, right? To PGO, all the way up to FGB, and then secure them on the head to the handrail. Copy. Understood. Moscow, this is Pyotr. Are you seeing anything, receiving any images from plate 9? Yes, Pyotr.
As we approach the 5.5-hour mark in the spacewalk today by Novitsky and Dubrov, Russian flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow report a good test of the repositioned Core's automated rendezvous system cables that were disconnected from the Pirs docking compartment and reconnected to the transfer compartment on the Zvezda service module, where they are temporarily located until the arrival of the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module later this summer.
Maybe it's like to the left or to the right. Just, I don't know.
Немножко с другого ракурса постарался зайти.
And I tried to approach it from a slightly different angle.
Что я тебе могу сказать?
Well, what can I tell you?
Сейчас темно, и у тебя одна...
It's pretty dark, and only one half of your light is working. So, unfortunately,
Там все смутно.
we don't see much. Well, I can turn on Orlan's lights temporarily. Maybe it will be better. Well, maybe. Let me try turning them on. Turning them on. Can you see anything now?
О, сейчас поярче, да.
Yes, it's much better now.
109 хорошо закрыто. Это мы наблюдаем.
And we see the valve, the caps that are tied there. Are these connector caps? The ones that are on me? Yes, on me. The ones that we had 3 connectors capped, and I secured them to myself. Just make sure they're secure. Just put them somewhere so that they don't grab onto something. Where you adjusted the cable. I haven't turned the cables up. I haven't rolled them up yet. They are pretty loose right now. And I am putting the caps into the trash bags, my trash bag, and we'll continue working with the cables. And I'm turning off the Orlan lights. I got to the course plate. Do you see that? Yes, we do see that. And let me catch my breath for a second. And I see 3 connectors here. 30. And does it matter in what order I work with them? No, it does not. And I probably need to get a wire tie as well for that cable, right? Yes. The caps go into the trash bag. Pressing on.
Moscow station. Moscow EV2. So it is P-26 plate. That's how I can hide the connectors. Yes, it's closer, so you may tuck them under the plate. Copy.
Которые они были обернуты, уже все рассыпается.
And the braiding here, it's falling apart. It's just disintegrating into small particles because of old age.
Так, расстыковал разъемы.
Connectors are demated.
Принято, Олег, наблюдали.
Yes, Oleg, we copy, and we were observing you.
Five hours, 41 minutes into the spacewalk, Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov are double-checking some of the connections on the Corps' automated rendezvous antenna cables that were disconnected from the Pirs docking compartment earlier in the spacewalk today and reconnected temporarily to connectors on the transfer compartment of the Zvezda service module. Everything has gone extremely well with the spacewalk. All of the objectives to disconnect critical hardware from the Piers docking compartment have been accomplished. The crew still has other tasks on the docket, including the deployment of materials and biological experiment packages on the Poisk docking module. And we'll be standing by for further word on whether or not the crew will be pressing ahead with that work in the final stages of today's spacewalk that began at 12:53 a.m. Central Time, 1:53 a.m. Eastern Time. The first spacewalk, each for Novitsky and Dubrov, the 238th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Moscow, everyone.
Отвечай, Олег.
Oleg, go ahead.
Картиночку принимаете?
Are you receiving my video right now?
Так, ну вот я вышел на кольцевые поручни.
I'm on the circular handrails. I have 2112 and 2113 on the right. I could lay the cable between these two handrails and then secure it.
Олег, пропадание было.
Oleg, we had a drop in comm.
В сторону ФГБ тянуть.
So, route the cable towards FGB and secure to handrail 2121 or lower by the bracket 2111, where it will actually be better if you routed the cable that way. Okay, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 48 minutes into the spacewalk. Novitsky and Dubrov have now wrapped up work with the Corps' automated rendezvous system antenna cables that were disconnected from the Pirs docking compartment and reconnected to a variety of connection points at the transfer compartment of the Zvezda service module. Earlier, the high-frequency cables, as they are called, were all successfully relocated and tested, and Russian flight controllers reported good continuity with those temporarily repositioned cables. The crew went back and completed some of the work to reconnect low-frequency cables. So all that work now is complete, and the crew is pressing ahead with the removal of a gap spanner at the spacewalking ladder along the side of the Poisk module of the International Space Station.
Remove the gap spanner from the DC and take it with you. So get back to the docking compartment where you were before with the plate. And then use the circular handrails and I go towards Pyotr, correct? Oleg, what I propose right now, go back to the docking compartment where you demated your connectors. Use the circular handrail. Go to the EV ladder. There will be a tether from the EV ladder to the service module. So you translate and along the circular handrail, along the cone, go to MRM2. Is it any more clear now? No, it's clear. I'm going towards the connector plates where I worked before and go towards the EV ladder also. Yes, that is correct. Moscow, EV2. Go ahead, Pyotr. Are you receiving my video? Yes, we can see something, but it's from the side. And it's also a bit dark. I'm going to turn on the light. The connectors are pretty large. I cannot really tuck them in completely. There are some cables there already, but I'm almost successful in tucking everything under the connector plate. So the cables from a cruise are not sticking out too much. That's a good decision. I approve, Pyotr.
Oleg. Yeah.
And Oleg? Under your right hand? To the right, catty corner of the handrail, there is the lanyard. So use the lanyard because it's easier to translate that way. This lanyard is only one and it's kind of shaky. Okay, use the handrails. I understand your concern. And you may inspect the DC to PHO interface at the same time.
Copy. The the ceiling surface is clean. Everything seems to be nominal. This antenna was activated and tested today. Understood. I was just thinking how to go around it. Well, here there are 2 lanyards. There should be. I see 1 lanyard, so I could use it for translation. Okay, I secured the course cables now. Copy, Pyotr.
Ну, мы тогда на СМ в районе 9-й платы все завершили с тобой.
So we are done with the plate number 9 on the service module. You may go towards MRM2. Yes, we are going to translate. And here is the plate under which I tucked in the cable. Выносливость is close to the hatch. As you prepared, you could retrieve 2 samples close to the hatch and install them if you're ready. And if you have any strength left. Yes, I have some strength left. You sound convinced that you do.
Да, хотел спросить, мягкий поручень, который был параллельно поручню.
So the handrail that was parallel,
Закрепил на поручень возле выходного люка. Его
I am now attached to the handrail close to the EV hatch.
Его заберем тоже внутрь.
And may I take that tether with me? Yes, you may take it inside the hatch. Just don't mix it up with the other tether.
Позже упаковать и для возврата на землю.
Because the other one will be packed. And until we have the connector returned. I have here 602 MRM2 labeling on one of them. Okay, I'm at the EV ladder. Yes, I can see that.
С него тогда перейдешь на поручни СМ.
And from there, you may go to the service module handrails. They made the hook of the transfer tether. And we'll also take the lower tether and take it to MRM2. Is it all right that I'm only tethered by 2 hooks to the EVA ladder? 2 hooks on EVA ladder, that's enough tethering. Copy, thank you.
За якорь зафиксировать.
Also, you may use the foot restraint to secure closer to the service module.
This is Mission Control Houston, just over 6 hours into today's spacewalk. Cosmonauts Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov are in the home stretch of this 6th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year, the first for each of them in their careers, and the 238th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The crew working efficiently outside replaced a fluid flow regulator panel on the Zarya module, discarding the old unit in a container that was jettisoned aft of the International Space Station earlier this morning. And then the two cosmonauts went to work in the final decommissioning of the Pirs docking compartment after 20 years of service to the station as a docking port and a spacewalking airlock. They retracted the Strela telescoping boom from the Pirs docking compartment and stowed it alongside the Poisk module, from which they exited the International Space Station at 12:53 a.m. Central Time this morning. The two cosmonauts demated a series of antenna cables from the Pirs docking compartment, reconnecting them temporarily to the Zvezda service module. Those cables associated with the Corps' automated rendezvous system. Those cables were retested in their new location by Russian flight controllers, and everything checked out normally. They will ultimately be rehooked up to the newly arrived Naoka multipurpose laboratory module once it arrives at the station later this year. The cosmonauts are in the process of removing a gap spanner between the Pirs spacewalking ladder and the Zvezda service module, and we'll stand by and see whether or not time will allow the two cosmonauts to install a series of payloads on the outside of the Poisk module before they complete the spacewalk.
And also, you are going to do the test payload, panel 17. But I do not have enough to secure the test hardware. I don't have enough slack on that particular short cable. I will try to rehook my cutter to the large red and then use it for the test hardware. No, I'll put the test payload on the short tether. I have the выносливость red connected to my red. Copy.
I have the racket wrench secured on large red, and I have freed up a small red. One more small red. All right, and then test. Payload. And they are numbered here. So there should be a number 17 on the body. Actually, Pyotr, it's 17A, not 17. What's the battery voltage on the display? It's 25.4. Copy. Pyotr, I will have to give you a recommendation. So the battery is pretty drained. So if anything, your fan may die, the pump, and maybe even the comm. Yeah. It's going to be pretty unfortunate and lonely without that. Well, you need to turn on injector. You connect the electrical umbilical, switch the power to onboard power, and you have to press EVA's power on the EVA support panel. You will have to go back and to set up your power supply for the suit from onboard power. I copy all. And I am taking test 17R. Copy. It is not 17, it's 17A. We copy. All right, I got to the EV hatch, and I see somebody's legs there. These are mine. I'm trying to kind of get out a little bit. We didn't copy your last. I said that I got to the EV hatch, and I see Pyotr there. Copy. And I need to move into your direction. I can go up a little bit. All right. As far as I understand, I need to follow the same route as we did. No, Pyotr, no. Hold on. Hold your horses. Okay, so you are next to the EV hatch 1. Pyotr, Stays there, and I will give you the handrail numbers, because then there is also a double antenna, AR2R. Okay, next to the EV hatch. Right. Okay, so I probably still have to move up. Just tell me where to go. Let me try and pass by you. And there is a handrail, but let me think how I can secure myself. Well, let me move a little bit back to SM. Let me try. What if I move over here? Are you happy? Yes, it works. Am I in the way now? No, you aren't. And we are walking. Right. Moscow, EV2. Go ahead. All right, I am at the antenna installation location. Your handrail to install it is 6038. It's to the right of the antenna, and it is basically goes up between 6030 and 6031. It goes up perpendicular to them, and those go around the circumference of the module, and you will have to install 6039, the shortened gap spanner. Do you see it? Okay, I see 6039. Okay, so the lock. So the time for выносливость, we're going to leave for now. Test needs to be pointed with its lock in the direction of the antenna. All right, 6039, that's where test goes. Okay, so what do we install first? Выносливость before test? No, on 6039, you need to install test payload. After that, you install выносливость on 6038. But if I install test now, I'm not quite sure if there is enough room for выносливость. Well, we're not talking over each other. Okay. So выносливость is going to be looking away from the antenna, outwards. Right. Copy.
This discussion between the cosmonauts and Russian flight controllers involves the orientation of the Venoslavost panels, this experiment that will be mounted on the side of the Poisk module to expose samples of materials for space application, thus studying the impact of the low Earth orbit environment on the mechanical properties of certain materials, assessing their strength on the Russian segment pressurized shell structural elements.
Oleg, are you close to the hatch? I am. I am next to the EV hatch. And so do you see that umbilical?
The cosmonauts are also in the process of installing another payload called the test payload on the Poisk module for exposure of microbiological specimens delivered from Earth to study the impact of the low Earth orbit environment on the viability of microflora. These two final payload installation activities should wrap up the spacewalk for today. Russian flight controllers in Korolyov reporting that the two cosmonauts did in fact complete the removal of a gap spanner that was the last piece of hardware on the Pirs docking compartment. It was removed from a spacewalking ladder on Pirs that was in close proximity to the Poisk module of the International Space Station.
Copy. And then...
So that gap spanner is now removed from the spacewalking ladder on the Pirs docking compartment. It was stowed on the outside of the Zvezda service module and will be reinstalled once the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module is launched and arrives at the space station later this year.
So do I need to tighten it with the ratchet wrench, or is hand tightening enough? Mostly by hand and one...
So all of the hardware elements from the Pirs docking compartment that needed to be removed prior to its undocking and disposal later this year have been in fact removed and relocated or stowed. So the Pirs now is fully decommissioned and ready to be removed from the International Space Station by the ISS Progress 77 cargo ship later this year after the Naoka multipurpose laboratory module is launched.
All right, I am at the EV hatch.
The spacewalk now is 6 hours and 22 minutes in duration. The two cosmonauts are completing the installation of these two experiment packages on the outside of the Poisk module, after which it is expected that they will be instructed to wrap up their work, take inventory of their tools and tethers, and make their way back inside the Poisk module airlock.
All right, I have this wing nut tightened with the ratchet wrench, and I have the reds inside. Copy. Pyotr, remove large hook of the safety reds from the test handle and carefully
one by one, unscrew unintelligible and screw in unintelligible. Copy. So I did get the notification that the cartridge is almost used up, and I got the same. And I am in MRM2. So what should I take? Test or выносливость? Take both. EV2 is here. Pyotr, you got the message that the cartridge life is limited, but this is due to the time that it's been operational. It's nominal work time is 9 hours, and it's been working for 10, hence the message. We copy. Just an FYI, Moscow, that we got that message. Well, good. Thank you for reporting. Okay, I have the first sample installed, but it's very close to unintelligible. EV1. I have secured test to a large red and one transport tether. Sounds like a good plan. Copy. And we also have выносливость secured with a small red and transportation tether. Sounds good. I have both payloads secured. Now I am egressing MRM2. Copy. No joy. Okay, I'm out from EV hatch 1. That's for EV1. Come again, Moscow. We did not copy your last. So your translation path should be the same as the one that you used at the beginning of your spacewalk. We copy. Oleg, when you pass under the strut that goes under the handrail of the EV hatch 2, there in the direction of the PHO, there is a circular handrail, and that's where you need to install the payload. Oleg, careful.
We've now hit the 6.5-hour mark in the spacewalk by Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov. A highly successful spacewalk. The two cosmonauts are putting the final touches on the installation of a pair of payload packages on the outside of the Poisk module, one called the test experiment that measures the exposure of microbiological specimens to study the impact of the low Earth orbit environment on the viability of microflora, and the installation of an experiment called Vinaslavast, the latest in a series of experiments that has carried this name throughout the years. Vinaslavast, the Russian word for endurance. These panels attached now to the outside of the Poisk module to measure the effect of low Earth orbit environment effects on a variety of different materials. All of the work associated with the disconnection of equipment and the removal of equipment from the Pirs docking compartment, first launched in September of 2001 to the International Space Station. All of that work is complete. The two cosmonauts removed a Strela telescoping boom from Pirs, relocated it and stowed it on the Poisk module, now being used as an airlock for Russian spacewalks. And they demated a series of antenna cables for the Corps' automated rendezvous system from the Pirs, relocating those cables to a temporary location on the Zvezda service module, where they were checked out and deemed to be operational for the time being by Russian flight controllers. They will be hooked up later to the newly arrived Naoka multipurpose laboratory module once it makes its way to the International Space Station later this year.
And Vinaslavast is pretty big. It is right. We have Vinaslavast secured temporarily. And Vinaslavast is going to be pointing in the direction of FGB, but the wing nut should be pointing in the direction of MRM2, and I'm not quite sure I can hold it. And what? We didn't copy your last. I wouldn't be able to secure it. The wing nut is going to be pointing in the direction of MRM2. Well, how did you copy? EV1. Oleg, there was a comm dropout. We didn't copy your last. I'm saying that if we install Vinoslivus pointing towards the FGB module, then the wing nut is going to be pointing in the direction of MRM2, and it's going to be really hard for me to secure it. Well, not literally in the direction of FGB. It needs to have the samples pointing up. So this wing nut or the latch needs to be pointing in the direction of MRM2, but the payload itself should be pointing up. Pointing up. I'm not sure if we can install it like that. It can only be pointed to the side. Well, that's what we're talking about. If it's pointing towards 6007, no, only towards the horizon, and let it be so. I can see it. Install it on the handrail. Copy and work. And preferably at the lower part of the handrail. And the wing nut allows you to do so. All right, I have Vinoslivus installed. Hand tightened it. And I am taking out the ratchet wrench. I have it tightened with the ratchet wrench 1/4 of a turn. And Vinoslivus payload has been successfully installed. Copy. Take the safety tethers. Translate to the EVA hatch. Yes, I'm close to the hatch. The latch has operated. Copy. Okay, now look at the other handrail here. If you can see how it is secured. Okay, I moved away a little bit from the handrail. I think I will remove the small red. It's just in the way right now. Of course. So how about the ratchet wrenches? Do I need to tighten? Yes. 1/4 turn, please.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 hours, 40 minutes into the spacewalk by Novitsky and Dubrov. The final installation of these two payload packages all but complete at the Poisk module of the International Space Station, after which the two cosmonauts will begin to wrap up the collection of their tools and tethers and make their way back inside Poisk, close the hatch. That will mark the end of this spacewalk in terms of elapsed time. They'll take a few minutes to make sure that all of their suit checkouts are completed with the Russian flight control team in Korolyov. You're looking at a live view from a balcony camera at their International Space Station flight control room on the outskirts of Moscow. Then the repressurization of the Poisk airlock will begin. The Russian spacewalks are measured from hatch open to hatch close. So once the hatch is closed and we get an official hatch closure time, we'll have a series of statistics for you before we wrap up today's coverage. Just a programming reminder, as this spacewalk draws to a close, work is ongoing down at the Kennedy Space Center in preparation for the launch tomorrow of a Falcon 9 rocket by SpaceX to send the next cargo ship to the International Outpost. The cargo Dragon is loaded with some 7,000 pounds of supplies, scientific experiments, and the first pair of IROSA solar arrays. IROSA stands for ISS Roll-Up Solar Arrays. They will be installed during a pair of spacewalks in a couple of weeks by Thomas Pesquet and Shane Kimbrough on the P6 truss to provide power augmentation for the 2B and 4B power channels, 2 of the 8 power channels on the station. In all, these IROSA arrays 6 of them will be installed to augment 6 of the 8 power channels on the International Space Station. The next 2 pairs of arrays will be installed after they are delivered on future SpaceX cargo delivery missions in 2022. And as you saw from the graphic a moment ago, launch coverage for the Dragon cargo vehicle from the Kennedy Space Center's Launch Complex 39A will begin at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday. Launch time 1:29 p.m. Eastern Time. An instantaneous launch window. The weather forecast calls for a 60% chance for favorable weather.
Can you see it now? Yes, we can. So I can install it? Not yet. Rotate it clockwise like this? Yes. Just like this. It will be easier for you to work with the wing screw anyway. Copy. So you are by the EV hatch? Yes, that is correct. I can see handrail 6027, copy. Okay, please look around if you left anything. If there is any stray item present. I removed the large red. I'm going to use the wrench to tighten the hardware and pull through this particular tether, the large one.
Okay, I tightened using the ratchet wrench. I'm removing the equipment to transport tether.
Ну и по очереди образцы выкрутите из корпуса и вкрутите в рукоятку.
And then take the samples one by one.
Чтобы не перекосило в резьбе.
Just be careful to observe the proper alignment. Copy. So I do not use the ratchet wrench for the samples. No, just hand tighten. Copy. Do I need to press on? No. If you encounter too much resistance, don't continue. And we can observe you now. We have good video. Number 2, I cannot unscrew it yet. Pyotr had issues also. Maybe because of the cord. Yes, you are correct. And it seems that it's welded in here.
This is Mission Control Houston, 6 hours, 50 minutes now into the spacewalk by Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov. They are in the home stretch of their work, soon to re-enter the Poisk module to close the hatch and mark the official end of this excursion, the first for each of these two cosmonauts. In case you're wondering about the duration of the spacewalk and how it ranks amongst the longest in history, we're not even close to the longest Russian spacewalk. That was accomplished back on February 2nd, 2018, by Alexander Mazurkin and Anton Shkaplerov during Expedition 54, in which they worked for 8 hours and 13 minutes during a Russian spacewalk to replace an electronics box on the Zvezda service module's Lyra, or high-gain antenna. That is currently the longest Russian spacewalk in history. The longest spacewalk ever in the history of human spaceflight, 8 hours and 56 minutes, on March 11th, 2001, by Jim Voss and Susan Helms during the STS-102 mission, in which they configured cables for the arrival of a pressurized mating adapter and installed a cradle assembly on the truss of the station in preparation for the delivery of the U.S. laboratory Destiny.
The sample is slipping sideways away from the thread. Oleg, stand by, please. We're going to discuss it. Okay.
Вот по твоему ощущению, насколько ты выворачиваешь оборотов? 1, 1,5, 2?
How many twists do you think you did? 1, 1.5, 2? According to your own impression. I did one turn incomplete and then go sideways. So it moved away from the attachment point a bit. Yes.
Ну что ж, у него страховка есть в этом плане, шнур.
But we do have a feed-through.
Может быть, еще одну попытку сделай.
Let's do one more try.
Верни назад побольше, не до того момента, как он выпадает.
Go back on the turns.
Может, заход изменится.
And maybe try a different approach.
Попробуй сейчас еще вернуть.
I will try one more time to screw it in.
Ну вот 1,5 оборота.
1.5 twists.
Принято.
And I'm back to where I was before. Copy.
На заворачивание приложи.
Apply some pressure when you twist.
Вот ты его так туда чуть-чуть прессуешь и оставляем так.
And leave it like that. Apply pressure when you twist it in.
Ну вот, подвернул его чуть-чуть.
Okay, I did
Все, оставляем в таком виде.
make it another turn.
Так, у меня что-то жестко потеет.
And leave it like this. Okay, my face is getting sweaty for some reason.
Всю страховку, которую использовали.
So are we going back?
Одному люку.
Okay, take the hardware you used and translate back to the EV hatch. Copy.
Петр, пока Олег подходит,
Pyotr, while Oleg
сверить наличие
is
инструмента
translating,
на Сенгарме.
Please check what you have on the swing arm. Doing tool audit. I have ratchet range. I have the winged screws. If you want me to count them, I can count. I have one red with large hook. For sure, there should be 4 reds. 1 red is used by the camera. 2 short reds are used to secure the tools, and 1 for ratchet range, and 1 is securing the cutter. That is correct. Did you ingress the hatch? No, I'm still standing here in between. Okay. Because I'm the one supposed to close the hatch. Okay, copy. I'm close to the EV hatch opening. Okay, look at your tools and please confirm that you have everything on OTA. Copy. I have the camera secured, ratchet range on the other red tether, and I have a large red and a small red tether. 2 safety tethers, and basically that's it. Copy. That's good. Oleg, you may ingress. MRM2. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. 7 hours and counting now in the spacewalk this morning by Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov as they are about to make their way inside the Poisk airlock and will close the hatch shortly thereafter to wrap up today's excursion.
So it's not in the way?
The spacewalk began at 12:53 a.m. Central Time with the opening of the hatch to Poisk. The two cosmonauts made their way outside and made very efficient work throughout all of the tasks associated with this sixth spacewalk outside of the International Space Station this year. They replaced a fluid flow regulator panel on the Zarya module, discarded the old fluid flow regulator, which was put inside a airtight container and jettisoned manually aft of the International Space Station about midway through the spacewalk. Then they went to work in the final decommissioning of the Pirs docking compartment, retracting the Strela telescoping boom from Pirs and stowed it alongside the Poisk module. It will be used later on after the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module arrives at the International Space Station, taking the place of Pirs, which will undock from the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the International Space Station by the Progress 77 cargo ship, which will then use its engines to deorbit itself and Pirs into a fiery demise over the Pacific Ocean. The two cosmonauts demated a series of antenna cables associated with the Corps' automated rendezvous system from Pirs and stowed them, reattaching them to connector panels on the transfer compartment on the Zvezda service module. They checked out just fine in their temporary location and removed a gap spanner between the Pirs spacewalking ladder and the small diameter section at the forward end of the Zvezda service module. With that, all of the activities associated with the disconnection and dismantling of equipment for the Pirs docking compartment now complete, setting the stage for its undocking in July, following the launch of Nauka on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. The two cosmonauts also installed a pair of payloads on the Poisk module, a material science payload and a biological payload to test the rigors of the low Earth orbit environment on those particular materials and payloads.
On the top, yes, the one on the top. So when you are inside the station, you may use one tether for securing yourselves. I have ingressed. Copy. Turn off the sublimators. Copy.
So the two cosmonauts are back inside the Poisk airlock. We'll be standing by for the hatch closure, which will mark the official elapsed time completion of today's spacewalk, after which we'll have statistics for you.
The cooling is off and the drying is on.
The cosmonauts completed all of the tasks that were on the timeline for today's activities, the 238th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
EV1 temperature control handle is also in position 3. Guys, each of you, both of you should deactivate your helmet video cameras
Обычная камера пусть пока работает.
And the other video camera can be still working. Copy that.
Я сейчас выключу.
I will do it.
Если ты немножко вниз опустишься, могу я тебе помочь.
And if you go a little bit lower, I could help you.
Все, выключу.
Okay, my camera should be off. Copy.
Петр, пока
Pyotr,
сушитесь,
while you're drying out, you can prepare to close the hatch,
снять защитное кольцо,
remove the protective ring,
сложить
and stow it
поручень.
under the handrail.
Вступаю к снятию защитного кольца.
Copy. I'll start removing the protective ring.
Снизу флажок снял. Так, и здесь снял.
And
Я держу. Назад немножко.
let me move back a little bit.
Держу кольцо.
And I've got the ring. Got it?
Вот это силище, тут я понимаю.
Well, if you increase this one, that would be good.
Убираю кольцо под поручень.
And I'm putting the protective ring under the handrail.
Принято.
Copy.
Даже пока еще наблюдаем.
And we can even see that for now.
Смотри, пожалуйста, если позволяет освещение, уплотнить.
Well, if the light is enough, could you please check the ceiling on the hatch?
Да, это будет непросто. С моей стороны, я смотрю.
And from my side, I am
Принято.
checking it out, and everything looks good. Copy.
До середины нормальная.
And it looks pretty good till the middle point. Copy.
Хорошо. Ждем сушки окончания.
And let's stand by for the end of dry out.
видно небольшую часть
And
около петель.
I checked it
Тоже все хорошо.
near the attachment points of the hatch, and everything looks good.
This is Mission Control Houston. The two cosmonauts are inside the Poisk airlock, the hatch not yet closed. So the clock continues to run, now 7 hours, 13 minutes, 46 seconds in duration. They're waiting for their suits to dry out. This is standard operating procedure. Once the hatch is closed, we'll get confirmation of that from the Russian flight control team outside of Moscow, and that will mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
And now, please release the reds and remove the tether from the end of the bracket. All right. And let's check that everything's clear and nothing got caught there. And then key in the operational position. And we have the flag in operational position. Please continue monitoring the rollers, and please continue pressing. Do not release the arm. Oleg, could you please push me towards the hatch a little bit? There we go. Do you want me to push a little bit? Yes, please. And the rollers are moving. Wait, red from one of the wrenches got caught. Could you push down a little bit? Almost 23, a little bit more. And it's moving back out. That's what I'm saying. Please make sure that you do not let the handle go. The moment you decrease the force applied to it, it will try and rotate back. Okay, I need to probably rotate in the other direction and just turn. How? There we go. I heard the click. Try one more time, just to make sure. Seems like... And 2 clicks, and it's on. Copy. And please remove the... Wrench, and guys, congratulations. Wait, we need to get out of the suit. It's not the end of the day. Hey, that's for other specialists to take over and say congrats to you. I'm handing you over. Thank you. Oleg, this is Pyotr. Oleg, Pyotr, this is Dmitry. All right. Let's get ready for repress. Slowly but steadily. Let's do it. Get in the same configuration. Pyotr is going to be working with the ODF, and Oleg is going to be a little bit closer to the controls. And please prep cue card 9, and even maybe cue card 10. Oleg.
This is Mission Control Houston. The Russian flight control team in Korolyov has now confirmed that the hatch is closed on the Poisk module airlock at the International Space Station. Hatch closure occurring at 8:12 a.m. Central Time, 9:12 a.m. Eastern Time, bringing to an end this spacewalk with an elapsed time of 7 hours, 19 minutes. Again, the hatch closure officially marked at 8:12 a.m. Central Time, 9:12 a.m. Eastern Time. The spacewalk concluding with an elapsed time of 7 hours, 19 minutes. We'll have updated statistics for you in just a moment, but this 238th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station now having concluded.
Okay. Cue card. All right, have cue card 10 ready. Step 3. And Mark closed all PHO hatches. He repressed the airlock, and you can start with step 3, EV hatch closure. That's what you already performed, and we wrote down the time. And the next step will be MRM2 repress up to 260 millimeters from PHO. We copy. Dima, our hands are tired, and leafing through all those cue cards. Would you just guide us through? All right, I'll talk you through. As far as I understand, Pyotr is already has the procedure, but I will talk you through it. So MRM2 repress up to 260 millimeters from PHO. KSD2 closed, KSD valve closed, KSD DC is closed, and we confirm that the PHO hatches are closed. KVD valve for PHO is enabled. Copy. You can press. Next one. And then what KVD PHO SU enabled. KVD PHO SU open. We have the LED illuminated for KVD PHO SU open. And please start the timer. The timer has been started. Once you reach the pressure of 260 millimeters, please send KVD PHO SU close command. 250? No, 260. Monitoring the pressure, and you can also repress per step 3 in MRM2 and in the suits. Copy. 70 in the module. 2.8 for the first one, 0.27 for the second. Sounds good, guys. All right, 100 in the module, 0.24 for the first.
This is Mission Control Houston. The repressurization of the Poisk module airlock is underway. Just minutes after the hatch was closed by Oleg Novitsky and Pyotr Dubrov to bring to an end their spacewalk for the day at 7 hours and 19 minutes. Here are the statistics. This was the 238th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. The 6th spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station this year, and the 2nd conducted out of Poisk in history, the first having taken place last November. For both Novitsky and Dubrov, this was their first spacewalk of their careers. And of course, 7 hours, 19 minutes, their total. The 238 spacewalks in support of the space station's lifetime now have totaled 1,499 hours and 13 minutes of spacewalking time, which is the equivalent of 62 days, 11 hours, and 13 minutes of spacewalking time in the history of the International Space Station. This was the first of several spacewalks planned for Expedition 65, and of course this one out of the Poisk today, totaling 7 hours, 19 minutes. There will be more to come, of course, as the Expedition 65 increment continues. The next activity on the docket is tomorrow. That is the scheduled launch from the Kennedy Space Center's Launch Complex 39A of the Cargo Dragon spacecraft on the CRS-22 mission to the International Space Station. NASA television coverage beginning at 1 p.m. Eastern Time for a launch at 1:29 p.m. Eastern Time. A launch either tomorrow or Friday should a one-day delay incur because of weather or some other factor. Both result in a docking on Saturday, June 5th, with our coverage beginning at 3:30 a.m. Eastern Time. 5 a.m. Eastern Time is docking time for the Cargo Dragon to the zenith or space-facing port of the Harmony module of the International Space Station. The cargo being carried to the station on the Cargo Dragon vehicle includes the first pair of ISS roll-up solar arrays, or IROSAs, the first pair of what will be 6 such arrays to be delivered to the International Space Station to augment 6 out of the 8 power channels on the International Outpost. The arrays will be installed on the P6 truss of the International Space Station during a pair of spacewalks on June 16th and June 20th by Thomas Pesquet of the European Space Agency and NASA's Shane Kimbrough. Our coverage on both days for these 2 spacewalks, U.S. spacewalks 74 and 75, will begin at 6:30 a.m. Eastern Time for an EVA start time of about 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Those spacewalks expected to last about 6.5 hours. We will also have a spacewalk preview briefing that will originate from the Johnson Space Center on Monday, June 14th at 1 p.m. Central Time, 2 p.m. Eastern Time, to go over all of the aspects of the augmentation of the station's power supply through the delivery of the first pair of new solar arrays for the International Space Station.
Connected, meanwhile. And what's the voltage on what's the current on your battery?
So with that, we'll bring our coverage to a close. We thank you for sticking with us throughout the course of the night. A completely successful spacewalk, all of the work completed by Novitsky and Dubrov. The Pirs docking compartment is now decommissioned and is ready to undock and be disposed of via the ISS Progress 77 cargo ship later this summer after the launch of the new Naoka multipurpose laboratory module that will take the place of Pirs and will dock automatically to the same Earth-facing port that Pirs has occupied for the past 2 decades. 7 hours, 19 minutes outside for Novitsky and Dubrov, all of their work successfully completed. Thanks once again for tuning in. Stay tuned tomorrow for the launch of the Falcon 9 rocket by SpaceX with the next cargo ship to the International Space Station. For now, we'll call it a day. This is Mission Control Houston.